Oh, fuck. I was looking at it right here. Okay, this is 20 roads. Take a look at oil. Whoa! Oh my God. just amazing. Is Nile an all-time low now? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, March the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen, please. Yes to both. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, so I have to admit, when I saw this press release, I had to sort of, I get up pretty early in the West Coast, around 4 in the morning, and I looked at this press release and I thought, this can't be the same AMC. It cannot be. Anyway, but it is. So AMC, I guess if you can't make it in the movie business, why not take a stake in a mining company? So AMC has announced they took a 22% stake in HYMC, and that has caused HYMC to pop up 95%. AMC is also climbing a bit this morning also. I don't know what to make of it. I remember a lot of times you see these OTC companies, and they'll completely, they were in the bird feeding business one day and then they're a gold miner the next. And, but this, anyway, I don't know what to say. Somebody said that the CEO for AMC is going to be on CNBC or MSNBC at 9:45 to explain what the heck is going on. Anyway, that's the news for AMC / HYMC. I'm wondering, I see EXN is up also this morning. I don't know if it's just sort of a sympathy play. Another resource company. I really don't know. I don't see any specific news for it. It's getting close to the 200-day moving average. In fact, it's right there, 152. It's at 147. Now, this one is IHXL. I know you guys were talking about it. Yeah, this is it's kind of crazy. Oops, wrong symbol. What is the symbol? It's not IHXL. It is IXHL. Sorry, I think I copied that down wrong in the... So it's IXHL. This is an Australian stock. I couldn't see any specific news on it. I know that it did gap up after hours to $96. I also know, actually the spread is tightened. It's only it's 44, 45, 86. Last time I looked, it was about $7 spread. No idea what's going on with this one. It's obviously incredibly low float. No idea what's going on. If you're going to take this one, obviously be incredibly careful. And just so you know, AVGR, at least our data provider has it right. This is not really a big gap up. They've done a 1-for-20 reverse split. This reflects the reverse split. It looks like this is a big gap up, but it's only up 1.3%, okay? So this is a reverse split, AVGR, 1-for-20. Now the airlines, guys, take a look at jets. Look at jets. Maybe this will get it going. There it is, 19 is the high for jets. This is the ETF for the airline industry. Virtually, they're all up. I know that United and Delta, they also raised their revenue forecast. And of course, with the price of oil just getting a little bit below 100, that's not hurting them. Of course, the price of oil is a huge component of their costs. So anytime oil goes down, it just adds to their bottom line. But anyway, UAL and Delta raised their revenue forecast, and I'm sure the American and the rest of them, they all look almost the same in terms of a daily chart in this pattern. So I'm just so skeptical all the time of them finally breaking out. But hey, maybe finally. HOLI, I think this is some kind of Beijing infrastructure mulling a bid for them, a $1.9 billion bid for HOLI. So this is the reason for HOLI, of course, China stock. I was checking Queb this morning to see what was happening. There was a gap down. Bit of recovery was happening, but again, virtually every China stock you'll see, except for maybe the HOLI, is probably down for the day so far. Down from yesterday's close, at least. COUP, C-O-U-P, is an earnings play. and just got absolutely crushed. Look at the volume too. And this is, this is a relatively low float for a $64 stock. 74 million. It's certainly not a high float, but just got crushed on earnings. 27% down. Million shares have traded already. And this has just been in a steady decline for months. And this will just add to it. So, I mean, I looked at a few of these China stocks, BEKE. So I had a little bit of a pop here, and now the drop again. This is almost an all-time low, BEKE. The same with the NIO. Actually, I think, yeah, the better one, you're going to short any of these, of the three China EVs. XPAV may be the better one only because it is closest to its all-time low. The other ones are not as close to their all-time lows, so there's XPAV. EVLV, another small one, getting crushed on earnings. EVLV. I wish it were a little more expensive. Down 20%, not that many shares have traded, but it's an all-time low. I wish this were a little more expensive, kind of like the Nectar yesterday, the NKTR. However, I mean, look, when this market opens, it may just continue down. This could be an interesting one, guys. The NTRA, of course, this was the big Hindenburg report a few days ago. More news this morning. Jury finds listen, I don't understand exactly what the relationship is, but the jury finds, well, let me just get this up and so you can see the headline. Jury finds CareDX and Natera engaged in false advertising. So, you got to go ahead and read all this. So this has caused this one to really slump again. It hit 29 in the pre-market. On the day that it got absolutely killed, it was down to 25. So I don't know. Maybe if it takes out 30 again, it'll start its move down. But not a great headline. This one is one that I wanted to short yesterday. GTLB had earnings after hours, or is it pre-market? Yeah, after hours. Actually, it's gapping up. Yeah, GTLD. This at one point yesterday was an all-time low, GTLB, but it's actually gapping up on earnings. So a bit of a recovery taking place, and that is GTLB. Very low float, 6 million, $37 stock. That is really low. So, again, one of these, if you're going to take it, you got to be awfully careful with that price and that float. And let's see, this GTAI definitely is it GTA or GFAI? Sorry, GFAI. GFAI, definitely active this morning. I almost took this one, and I was watching this one right around here, around that dollar break, and I just didn't do it. But anyway, it got up to 118, another low float. Don't see any specific news on it. Of course, it was active yesterday, got up to 135. And of course, back in January, it did get up to 2. So again, just have to wait and see how this market, how it opens. See if it holds $1 and starts to run. Now, BTTX, I think it was very low volume when I looked at it. Let's see if the volume is picked up. BTTX, some kind of positive data. Yeah, the volume is still pretty low, 16,000 shares. But it is, of course, a low float, 7.8 million in the float. A few months ago, it got all the way up to, wow, right, $30. So I think this was a SPAC, just based on the way it was trading here. Probably a SPAC that became BTTX. AVXL, another one, had some positive data, positive data. However, it is giving it up. Got up to 11.50 in the pre-market. It has dropped about $1. AVXL. CTRN, again, another earnings play, low volume to start. And they actually did release pre-market, so the volume is still really low. Sometimes you see stocks that have earnings and you see low volume. Usually it's because they released after hours the day before, but this is actually released pre-market, just not a lot of volume yet. But I mean, it's been another one steady decline. Just as I was opening the room, this is another one, low volume, MYNA. Yeah, low volume, popping up at 15%. Don't see any specific, I'm just looking at headlines. I'm trying to see if there's anything that is a headline for it that I can see. Not really. But another one, man, oh man, I mean, this is, I guess this, I don't remember this being an IPO, but if this was another disaster. And TMX is up, and this is a possible merger. TMX. This is what this one is all about. Update on the acquisition of Terminix Global, etc., etc. So this has caused this one to pop a little bit. TMX. And I did see GANX. GANX. Again, not very much volume. It's a big 15% pop, a very low float, 7 million in the float, 7.7 million in the float. Presents positive data on it's obviously it's a bio, so presented positive data. It is shortable for me. So this is the headline. Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Just skeptical of these little guys, they especially this has a lot of resistance, not that far away. So this is definitely a potential short. Can't do it now. It's 351, 385 bid ask, so they're basically making it untradeable. Yeah, so I think that's it for my list. The TRA is definitely interesting if it breaks down below 30, if that headline really takes effect here. So I'm gonna stick an alert around 29.92 and see if that takes it out. Again, that doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately, but I do want to know about it if it breaks down through 30 to see what sort of volume it is and see what pattern it's coming from. All right, 9:13, time to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from the analysts this morning. All right, not too active on either side, so I'm going to get the upgrades in first. Oops, I forgot to get rid of them. Nope, it's my pre-market list. Okay, so the upgrades. Little upgrade for Mosaic from Goldman. Check to see what that one is doing. All right, these are some of the upgrades. Let me just take a look at Mosaic to see if anything's happening. Any idea why your price alerts window won't let me edit, delete, or edit alerts? Well, let's take a look at my price alerts window just quickly. All right, so, okay, so obviously I can delete them. Okay, just highlight. I'm going to click on, right click. And if this isn't working for you, I don't know why. Make sure that you are connected, you've got a green ball, but I mean, I'm just going to highlight some of my, delete. Okay, but if I want, I can edit. I could edit the price here if I want. So it appears to be working for me. I don't know, Mookie. You are connected, right? You have a green ball. I really don't know. Something like that. It's that sort of, you're going to have to go to maybe real tech support if that's the case. Okay, let me get the downgrades in now. A couple of downgrades for Coop. Ooh, we got some more downgrades for NKTR. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Yeah, so sorry, Mookie. I mean, if that didn't work, I have no idea because, I always like to check to see if it's working for me. If it's working for me, then I know it cannot be widespread. And I just don't, it's impossible for me to know why it would not be working for you. Let me ask you this. Were you able to do it before? Is this the first day? Wow, look at this. I mean, this is crazy stuff, guys. I mean, this IXHL. Anybody see any news on this? I mean, this is it's a cannabis play. Not that cannabis is doing anything, but it is a cannabis play. And this is with this IXHL. The spread right now is 55-58, so they've widened that spread. Oh, I have no idea if that means anything. AVGR? No idea. Probably not. I don't see that in the pre-market that it got up there. The only good thing is that at least our data provider doesn't have that as a huge gap up. I don't see that it hit 24. No, we were getting our data at 7. I'm looking at my IB chart. Yeah, I don't see a 24. I'm looking at my IB chart. I don't see a 24, but I wouldn't think there's anything to it. Ah, good. Okay. I was just going to say, when in doubt, either, the old, either reboot or close it down, reopen. All right, guys. Now, oil under 100. So my guess is that we're going to see every oil stock down. So let's take a look at I'm going to go from our toolbar, click on new, then dock channel bar. And then click on our sector status, and my guess, we're going to see every single oil stock. Oh, I'm wrong. It's 50-50. No, I'm right. 100%. So this is what you're seeing. You're seeing the major sectors. And so, for instance, here's XLE, the main energy ETF. These are the stocks that make it up. 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means, okay? So the market is in for a positive open to start. And so that is, of course, reflected in most of the sectors. And so look at financials, 85% of them are up from yesterday's close, technology 87%, communications 95%, etc. Okay? Of course, Now look how this just changed a little bit. We've got a couple of these three are just, they're up slightly from yesterday's close. But again, we look at this 15 minutes after the market opens, half an hour after the market opens, and this could be completely different. But right now, as we speak, energy is not the play. The GFAI is back up to the pre-market highs. You don't see any specific news on it. Just, it's one of those ones, traders have got a hold of it again. It did get up to 136 yesterday. But, this is tough. I mean, this got up to 136 yesterday and closed down here at 79 cents. I'm sorry, that was the day before. I'm sorry, that was Friday. Yesterday it got up to 111 and it closed at, still closed under $1. So, this is very, very wild. Got to be awfully careful. Let's take a look at Gtlb to see what the majority of China stocks are doing. Yeah, actually, they're okay. Probably the majority of China stocks are probably rallying a little bit. Just looking at the China Gtlb, KWEB. So probably the majority of China stocks are starting to rally for a while anyway. Yeah, look at LI. Now, these guys are smart, AVGR. After a reverse split, I know they're having earnings on the 22nd, such as they're going to be. Come up with some kind of little press release and kind of juice the stock a bit after their big 1 for 20 reverse split. Keep an eye on that NTRA, guys. If it takes out 30, I mean, this could get it really rocking on the downside here. That's a pretty damaging headline, after last week's Hindenburg. Did it? Okay. All right. Well, I don't think there's anything to it. I mean, I have no idea. I can't. I'm just looking at my IB chart. I don't see that spike. That's all. Maybe. No, you're right. Okay, I had to back it out. You're right. It did get up to 24. I'm looking at my IB chart. I just had to back it out a bit. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to it. But, we've seen this over the last, I don't know, now 3 or 4 years. I mean, if you guys, those who have been trading for a long time know that, usually the reverse split is the death knell for a company. It's the last grasp to trying to maintain either a NASDAQ listing or something like that. But usually, we used to see it all the time. And you'd see this, I'll use this as an example. So they do a reverse split, the stock's at 364, and it just sinks, over time, even the day of, and just starts to sink right back down to the reverse split price. But in recent years, what we're seeing are these companies that do reverse splits, and then they try to come out within, maybe a couple of days, within a week, some kind of a press release, and to juice the stock. Remember now, that 95 million is no longer 95 million. That's going to be a little less than 5 million. You have to divide, 20 into that 95. So that's going to be a little less than 5 million in the float. Now, we've seen that. I mean, we're seeing this a lot. I'm not saying this is going to happen for AVGR, but if they're smart, when I say they, you know, the promoters who are behind it. Look at S, guys. So this is a this was interesting because it's not, I mean, it's not that much, not up that much, but this was sinking yesterday. I think this was an all-time low. They had earnings after hours, really no reaction. You know, a little bit of reaction this morning. Yeah, so Jay Moore, you have to have the latest version, okay? You have to go to our homepage and download the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? You must be on an older version. So if you go to the homepage, just give me a moment, oops, just a minute. Let me give me the homepage link, and then you can. I'm hearing barfly too, guys. BFLY or butterfly, barfly. BFLY is also ringing. So if you click on the homepage link there, okay, and go to click on download. You have to download the latest. Download. Actually, if you keep going down, this is the latest production version. I think, yeah, this is the latest version for everybody. Okay, now that'll have all the races, not just in the sector channel, but a lot of the other channels have the races going. Okay. Yeah, so Butterfly Network, this was, I did see it in the pre-market. I just sort of dismissed it a little bit because of the float, 141 million. Wasn't sure how much it could really move. The other thing is that, I mean, it looks like it's coming into pretty decent resistance around that 450 mark. You know, it's a big float. I don't see any specific news on it other than the lawyers are trying to get everybody to sue them. Yeah, I mean, this is not shortable for me. IXHL, I've got to get that right. Spread's only $2 now, or $2.71, or $3.71 now. I still don't see any news on it. I mean, I do see some news on the 10th, but we are the 15th now. We have no float information on it. It's an Australian stock. Yeah, no kidding. It could easily fly. I mean, what did it get to in the after hours? $95. But right now, I mean, you know, they're trying to make it untradeable. 67.54, 71.98, the bid ask. Is what I'm talking about. Okay, but yeah, it doesn't matter if it goes up $10. I mean, that's $3 spread won't matter, but I mean, you've got to be awfully careful because yes, it can go up $10, it can drop 20 in a heartbeat. So just be really careful. Thank you, William. 1 minute to the open. Thank you. Well, everybody, let's have a great trading day today. Market is going to open positively to start anyway. We've got oil prices down, so we've got jets. We've got jets on the way. This is the airline ETF. I mean, you could just see. I mean, look at the level it's at. I think the high is here is 1970. The high there is 1902. The high there is 1882, 1899. So I mean, this is a big level to try to take out. So again, some of the airlines are upping their guidance for this coming quarter, and of course, with oil prices falling somewhat. It just goes right to their bottom line. So, and I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I just try to let things settle down a bit. And here we go. We're open. Okay, looking at the airlines, guys, the airlines. So there's American. Boy, so many patterns look like this for all of the airlines. So, just like this. Listen, I'm cheering them on. I mean, 1665 is the next high looking left. 1670 or so is the next high looking left for American. But, you know, take your pick. But if you just want to join in on this surge right now, oops, Jets is the ETF. So without having to pick a specific airline, again, this is not a recommendation to do this, but if you're trying to follow the airline industry, this is the ETF for them. And I do see, yeah, the IXHL. I mean, if you're take 10 shares or something, and hang on, it just got halted, by the way. Just got halted. All right, so yeah, IXHL just got halted. Yeah, you know what? China's having a resurgence here, guys. You just look at KWEB. So look at this. So probably most of the China stocks that were down here, they're probably all rallying right now. AMC on the run here. AMC on the move here. Okay, so the market's opened and Dow's up, of course, NASA's up, SPY is up, and we're starting off at least with a nice green candle, starting off. Yeah, GFAI, you know, I hemmed and hawed on that one in the pre-market. I almost took it around 106. I didn't, but so there it is, guys. So the next high looking left is 137, and that's on Thursday, right? Yeah. Sorry, Friday. That's Friday's high. Airlines, guys, to start off with anyway. There's Jets to start off with. I mean, look, if you think the airline industry is eventually, I mean, you know, you think it's going to recover, you know, this is, there's your ETF. So instead of trying to concentrate on one stock, all right, Sophie on the way up here, SOFI on the way up. A lot of stocks are doing this, of course, with this market, with that first, so far, green candle to start. The high 845. I mean, that could block it, SOFI. All right, wow, there's the NTRA, guys. Now, down below 30, sorry. It is a little early, but I mean, it's a pretty damaging looking headline. But you know, the spread, you know, 29.81, 30.28. So I mean, you've got a spread issue to start off with. But if you believe that headline is going to cause it to really move down, there's that low of 4 days ago, 25.95 or so. All right, guys, so the cruisers and the airlines on the way up here. Again, there's American. Look at that big, look at the volume coming into American. But again, Jets, Here's your proxy for the airlines, okay? Right there, jets. Cruisers, I mean, look how the patterns for, well, it makes sense, right? I mean, the airlines and these cruisers, CCL, look how the patterns all kind of look the same. Cruisers are lagging a little bit. Let's see what NCLH is doing. NCLH. See, they're lagging just a little bit. The airlines have sort of taken this area out. So if you look at AAL, whoops. See what I mean? See how this gap up for the airlines has taken all this out, where the cruisers are still kind of just haven't quite taken this out yet. All right, guys, NTRA. Still a little bit spready. You know, it's early, 29.66, 29.77. A little bit spready for NTRA. Not horrible, but, you know, being this early. Just watching to see how well this holds underneath 30. Boy, we're getting close. 29.46, 29.77. Just can't get that ask to catch up with the ask or the bid. All right, guys, there it. Just get that spread tightened up just a little bit for the NTRA. Again, this is not a recommendation to do what I'm doing, but Snap. Look at Snap here, guys. Hey, our friend from yesterday, Nielsen, NLSN, on the way down. NLSN, this is a great short from the top here. You might get your 22 right now, Zach. There's a 200-day moving average at 21.13. Meanwhile, HMYC just collapsed. I checked, it had no shorts for me, so yeah, there were no shorts for me for this one. I would have loved to have had shorts for this one. And let's see, is AMC doing its thing too? Yeah, so it got as high as 14.57, and it is pulling back now. And this is nonsense. There it goes. Wow, the spread is still a little bit crazy for the NTRA. See how crazy, I mean, see how whippy things can be, guys? Look at the BFLY. I mean, I got up to 440, comes right back down to 4. I mean, those are big percentage drops. That's why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. We'll make an exception, of course, sometimes with the gap downs, the 10-day daily breakdowns and all, but and I'm really watching this NTRA because, I mean, if this really drops, you know, this could be a multi-dollar drop. Could be, could be, could be. You know, look at Jets has pulled back also. So, you know, I mean, again, you have to really, in the first 15 minutes, yeah, you may get lucky and catch one that keeps flying, but no pun intended. Now look at this, look at the SPY. We've got a topping tail now. Time is at 9:41, so we've got another 3.5 minutes for this to close. Ooh, okay, there's a, yeah, I mean, if you played the pop, sorry, if if you played the pop for Coop, yeah, good for you. I'm not mute, so let's be on your end. You guys can hear me, right? I want to make sure. Okay, so just give me a moment. Sorry for the all caps. Sorry for the caps. I didn't realize I had my caps on. All right, so after that little flurry of recovery for some of the China stocks, I mean, I don't believe this topping tail, but anyway, now we've got Queb. Wow, look at Queb now. Queb and NIO, and my guess is that all these China stocks are starting to give up that initial little pop that happened here. I don't believe this really happened, but yeah, TRD, I mean, it just, you know, maybe long term. On these airline stocks. Now there's a red bar forming on the SPY. Another minute and a half for this candle to close. To me, if we're going to short one of these China EV plays, XPAV, the reason I say that is that it's the closest to the all-time low. There's the other China ETF to short if the China market's going down. FXI, 14 million. What does Queb have? Yeah, actually, yeah. So FXI is actually trades a lot more. Well, not a lot more, but what's the spread like now for that IXHL? Wow, and it's been halted. Oh, so it is still halted. It's still halted. So this is obviously going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. And here's the craziness. I mean, you know, this is obviously could change, but I mean, right now, there's the halt for IXHL at $78. Projected, I mean, this could change, of course, 96. Projected open, but this is now longer than a 5-minute halt. Got halted at 9:31. So, no, in fact, it's longer than a 10-minute halt. Be halted all day. You see how whippy things are in the first 15 minutes, guys. The NTRA, it just won't really collapse under 30 yet. I'm going to have to stick my alert, say around 29.44 or so. See if it really has the big move down. All right, here's China stock, just the 10-day daily breakdown. China stock, it's a little late now. Hit at 24.90. Whoa, I mean, there was the alert right there, 24.90. Wow, look at this. I mean, I didn't get it. It was just too late for me. I mean, I could have chased it if I chased it, it would have been awesome. But I mean, you know, I just don't chase. But look at this, 24.90 on the alert, 24.15 right now. It did open, and yes, now this halt. So 81 now. What did it actually get up to? Yeah, it got up to the 90 level. They're fun to watch. Not so fun to be in them when they gap down on you if you're in it, you know, $10 to $20. So So that is a recovery move still, or did it drop? Yeah, so that's the recovery move, okay, for Coop. All right, well, the first 15 minutes are in the book. So Queb, let's take a look at Queb, 2053. Well, how nonsensical was this one? You know, the HYMC, where is AMC now? So what the CEO was supposed to talk at 9:45? Look at this. Trying to justify why a movie company is going to take a 22% interest in a mining company. Not a movie company, but you know what I mean. Movie biz. Would have liked to have heard that interview. I did notice that GME had a little pop this morning, probably dropping with, yeah, so it's dropping. Probably was a bit of a sympathy one with the AMC. Well, look at this one, guys. STEM is an all-time low. Now, the relative volume's on high, but look at this. STEM now is an all-time low, STEM. I am still getting too many alerts from this, okay? But the small gap breakout, I'm really interested in this one. I resurrected it, I think a couple of days ago, maybe on Friday. And I'll explain what it is. I can share it with you later. Just getting too many alerts. And I'd have to... Well, I didn't even see this from the AI. So they shorted, they had an alert to short CTRN at 35. Well, Save is on, well, look at Save though. See, Save did not break out like the other ones did. You know, airlines, an airline, of course. Let me see what American is doing. American is still kind of hanging in there, big topping tail. You mentioned KAVL breaking out. Yes, another low float situation, 13 million in the float. Really no action pre-market. These mining companies are taking it on the chin. Let's take a look at X, see what it's doing. And Alcoa. Wow, what an alert, guys, for the PDD. All right, so this one, this YY, it also alerted at 23.21. That was the alert price, okay? Let's see if it gets back down there. I'm going to stick an alert around 23.30. See if it gets back down there. Of course, another China stock. Singapore, but okay, it's a Singapore stock, but they've been beaten up also. Actually, that was, well, Zach mentioned it first on the KAVL, but all right, look at this. I mean, we've got probably a lot of the airline stocks are going to look like this. Going to have these topping tail, and then the pullback, and now the move again. So Jets probably looks like that. Yeah, look at this. I mean, yeah, we got these topping tail, and then the next candle is green. This is 15-minute charts, of course. Yeah, so Hustle, all you have to do is go to my homepage. I'm going to put my homepage link in. It saves me from having to put links in all day long. So you just go to my homepage, okay? Click on my homepage, and what you'll see is the scan section right here. Click here, and halts resumes. Where is it? Halts resumes, okay? Boy, this is yeah. What a guys who played a pot for a recovery for Coop. Wow, I was looking to maybe short this one. Well, guys, EVLV is weakening again. This is an earnings play, all-time low. Had a downgrade this morning, but I couldn't get it. I was trying to get this one. There are tons of shorts available, but that uptick rule got me. I could not. I stuck the bid in at 180. I could not get it. Yord. I had to figure out how to pronounce your name. I'm going to call you Sword. Sjord. How's that? All right, guys, a little bounce play maybe with the CCJ. Maybe. The only thing is, I mean, big difference between the cruisers and the airlines. I mean, look at this. Cruisers, take a look at, I'm just going to pick one airline. I mean, they're still positive. So the cruisers are really, they did not really pop that much. Of course, I'm sorry, guys. This is not a cruiser. I'm very sorry. This is Cameco. I was thinking this was CCL, okay? So this is the uranium play. This is actually from Zach's Bounce Play, CCJ. Levi, look at Levi going, guys. Unfortunately, we've got probably some resistance around that 19 mark, LEVI. Again, I'm getting these from the small gap breakout, okay? So the whole idea of this is to limit the gap to either 1% on the upside or the downside, and then it moves afterwards. So you're not, you may be able to get them, before it's gapped up too much. But I'm getting too many alerts, so I'm going to have to refine it somewhat. Whoa, so this got halted on the way down. BTTX got halted on the way down. Another one of these little ones. Shoot, this was shortable for me. I remember seeing this one pre-market. One of these little bios, I have all sorts of skepticism about these when they pop in the pre-market. Yeah, I don't see the VIX halted because I eliminate the ETFs, etc. But wow. One day I'll trade this. I've never traded the VIX. Oh, this is gonna be ugly, ugly open. It looks like 60-60 right now for the. Hopefully nobody's trapped in this one, the IXHL. No, look at CODXI, Codex. Fairly low float. See if there's any news on it. Announces a $30 million buyback program. AVEO. Let's take a look at AVEO. This is the one from earnings March 14th. So yeah, pre-market. Yeah, did well. Forgot about this one. Did well. Give me a moment, please. Well, I mean, this HMYC just. I wish we had short. Well, I don't have shorts for this one. This was just ripe for shorting. All right, BTTX got halted again on the well. Resumed, then it got halted on the way down again. BTTX. All right, CCJ working okay from that bounce play. Wow, guys, I just didn't get it. 24.90, 23.26 right now for PDD on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's not quite an all-time low. I'm waiting on the YY. See if but the YY is not a China stock. It's Singapore, so it's not China. I'm waiting on the YY to see if it takes that 23.21 out later. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 2 million. My God, yeah, XLE must be moving down. It must be moving down, yeah. Because I'm looking at a lot of the breaking down in volume, a lot of energy stocks are coming in there. Okay, so this is a China stock. Now, this is a gap down and reverse, but do we believe it? TCOM. I mean, if we could possibly believe that it's going to keep reversing, the high looking left is 1840. Let's take a look at what KWeb is doing. Is it reversing? No, it isn't. So TCOM is actually kind of trading a little bit on its own. China stock that is actually bouncing here on its own. All right, so ASTS, are they supposed to have their launch today? I know it got canceled yesterday or postponed. Are they supposed to have their launch? Okay, guys, hey, Cam, we have one of the little ones just opened. Getting no data on it. Okay, I got to see why we're not getting any data or a chart on it. Oh man, I mean this is halted actually. AKN is halted. AKAN is halted. I'm not muted. Seems like we've got some issues. That's the second one. Okay, just want a quick sound check, guys. I'm not muted, at least on my end. My mic is on, and the little mic in the room is on. Okay, so do a refresh. I'm going to have to type this in. Do a refresh. All I can do, guys. Yeah, I know. Thank you on YouTube. I know you guys can hear me. Why am I not getting any data for AKAN? Wow, man, oh man, this yeah, I don't know why we're not getting any chart action. Anyway, nice bounce for CCJ, guys. Yeah, but we don't have any data in our charts at all. AKN, at least I didn't get any data. I do see, I do see the chart on Interactive Brokers for AKAN. Man, I mean, this is crazy. I mean, $4 price, and looks like it's halted at 25 AKAN. So I asked the question again on the ASTS. I know they were supposed to have a launch, I think, yesterday, and it got postponed. I just don't see, but I thought it was postponed until today. Am I wrong? Look at it. Look at this IXHL. Halted it, resumed, just crashing now. And halted again. All right, guys. So I'm looking at the China stocks are a little bit frothy. I mean, up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah, here's the YY. Not China, not China. Singapore. So we got a big bottoming tail now for the PDD, but that was an awesome alert from 24.90. What did it get down to? 23.18. Not quite $2. Just give me a moment here. So AKAN. Yeah, I just don't know. Don't know why we're not getting any chart data on it. Got the price alert on it, just no chart data. Meanwhile, EPD has been basically straight down, guy. Well, not, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it had a bit of a, but right now, EPD, pipeline, transportation, natural gas. Oh, man, PBF, look at these energy plays. Remember how when oil was up at what, 130, 140? It's still under 100. Yeah, so Brent is at what, 90? Let me just do a refresh, make sure that's correct. Yeah, so Brent's at 99 and WTI is at 95, so just underneath 100. Oh, if you heard me, AMD or Pavlin. All right, guys, I'm just, look at this TCOM. Again, this is really going counter to what the rest of the China stocks are doing. TCOM, TCOM. INVA, kind of interesting. Again, one of these ones in which, it was a small gap and now it's starting to move down. Next low looking left is a 1793, so it might stall at 18. Again, I'm really intrigued by this small gap breakout. I just have to firm up these filters, because we're getting too many alerts. So I'll explain this one, okay? And I can share it, but I really think we have to really shore up these filter values. You're just getting too many alerts. This is the don't repeat version, and look how many already. So what this is trying to do is limit the gap, okay? Remember now the gap is the first print. So it's trying to limit that gap to less than 1%, either on the upside or the downside, and then the stock starts moving afterwards. So, a lot of times, people don't want to, they see something that's gapped down 10% right on the open, and, they don't want to, they just don't like that, either gap down or gapped up, they don't want to chase it. Now, we don't chase, because we've seen many, many times something that's gapped up 10 or 20% on the open can end up 100% on the day. We know that. But what this does is it just basically restricts the gap and then tracks a stock that moves off that gap. Okay, if that makes sense. So the stock now, again, has a limited gap, that first print, then it has to be now at least up or down 3%. Just one moment, please. Yeah, that is my scan. Yeah, I mean, I can share it, but it needs some work because it's just get too many alerts. Maybe even limit the gap more. I don't know, but I can give it to you. I mean, you can just take a look at it. put it in both rooms here. But I think it could be a really, you know, I just have to work on it a bit. So again, just to tell you again what this is looking for. So obviously new highs or new lows. This is the price range. I may have to up the current volume. That might help. Minimum volume is 200,000 shares. I mean, remember, this is right at the open. And this is the key, okay? The stock is no more above. The open cannot be more than 1% above the previous close or down more than 1%. Okay, that's that first print. And then we start to see it as it maybe starts accelerating, because now it's got to be 3%. You know, now it's got to be at least up or down 3% after that open. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, well, I don't have the chart. I have an IB chart, so I see it's at 1980. It's very strange that I get a price alert for it, but not a, nothing on our charts. Okay, so the China stocks are starting to move on the way up. Just looking at KWeb. So these China stocks must be, a lot of them are going to be recovering. And I'm just looking here in the breaking up in volume, you know, China, 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 China. All right, so GTLB has been kind of very choppy. Earnings play. Yesterday, this was something I really was looking to short. It was an all-time low. Had earnings pre-market, post-market right here. Earnings, you know, obviously a good reaction. Pre-market, pretty good. And then ramping up to 41, and then it goes right down to 33. Whoa. Not me. And you're halted on the way down, okay. Okay, guys, just a word on this also, okay? Now, because I made a change in this, I'm not saying the original halts. If you're not seeing a halt for the VIX as an example, you know, you have to make sure your exchanges, if you right-click, configure, and go to exchanges, you have to make sure, I did not have this checked, okay, BATS. You have to have BATS checked. In case you're wondering if you're looking at your halts or zooms and you're not getting anything for the VIX, okay? Boy, these China stocks are just having a surge here, guys. Look at JD now. It's above yesterday's high, 45.77. So it's quite a bit above yesterday's high. The next time, I mean, if these keep surging, $54 JD and HOLI. Of course, that was a China stock that was up anyway. this morning. You know, it did not have, well, it's got something to do with potential bid for it, $1.9 billion bid for it. China now, man. China stocks are just ripping here now. Another one, Coupang, CPNG. Okay, so Zach, your ASTS has bounced a bit from that 777. That was the alert at 777. It did get down to 763. Yeah, I'm sure, well, NIO, I'm sure XPEV has done the same thing. I'm sure they've all done the same thing. They're all going to look like KWEB or FXI. Well, that's what I'm asking. Do they have the launch today? You know, I mean, it was postponed yesterday. Just can't see any definitive news on that one. It was postponed for weather yesterday. Okay. Well, I mean, this Web takes out yesterday's high, which is 2304. This could start a giant rally in these China stocks. I mean, they already have a rally, of course, but now we might get a giant rally. I'm going to stick an alert there. See if that holds. If not, maybe it bounces off it and back down. And that is KWEB. Okay, guys, I just want to absolutely confirm. When you guys type in, if you're using our charts, say AKAN, you're not getting any data, right, on the charts? Just want to confirm that for sure before I talk to somebody at Trade Ideas. Well, I know it's an IPO today. I know that, but normally we should get charts. Wow, I mean, look at China. China is exploding. I'm just looking at all these China stocks on my breaking up on volume. No, I understand that AKN has been halted. I get that, but an IPO should show up here. That's all I'm saying in our charts. All right, Blue Apron's got some room here, guys. So this is, again, one of those ones, maybe $5 are going to stall it. So it's maybe too close. Apron is another one of those ones with the restricted gap and now starting to move 4%. Okay. Oh yeah, I mean, just take your pick. Take your pick of China stocks. Yeah, look at the SPY. Boy, the SPY's having a nice little move here now too. A red bar, almost a red bar ignored. I'm just so highly skeptical of this China move, that it's going to continue. Okay, one moment, please. Oh, look at this one, guys. Verve breaking down. This will show up on that gap down, 10-day daily gap down on in a bit probably. I have a filter in. It has to be 8 relative volume. It's at 6.5. All-time low. Is there news on this one? And had earnings yesterday, then the 14th, I guess, pre-market. There was the reaction yesterday and basically continuation. All-time low. Verve. VERV. Bit of a spread issue, 2118, 2134. Doesn't trade very much. I mean, even that 387,000, that's 6.5 times normal, so it doesn't trade very much. How's LVS doing after LVS was just rocked yesterday? I bet you it's coming back. I mean, that was an all-time low yesterday for Las Vegas Sands. Of course, basically call it a China play, Macau. Oh, look at these China stocks just having a fun time right now anyway. How's AMC doing for that nonsense? Yeah, it's still kind of crazy. All right, guys. Wow, 10:20, 10:30 already. So now, unfortunately, I'm going to have a bit of a, I don't know what time this is going to happen, but I've got the cable guy coming over today. And it's the only appointment I could get. We need some work in the house here. So, supposed to come over between 12 and 2 Eastern time. So, I'm not sure what sort of disruption I'm going to have. Well, internet, cable, whatever you want to call it. So, everything. So, I'm not sure what sort of disruption I'm going to have. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. We have a promo for St. Patrick's Day. I'm just going to put this in here. I don't think it's been changed on my website yet. So I'm just going to put in the promo here. I'm going to go to my home page. I don't think it's been changed on my home page, so that's why I'm just going to put the promo code in. Patty, P-A-T-T-Y, all in caps, 20. You'll get 20% off. So when you click on my homepage, yeah, it hasn't been changed yet. Actually, let me see. Yeah, the guy who has to do these, yeah, I think he's on vacation today. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I mean, let me just reload it again. Jim Carrey. Yeah, so this hasn't been changed, guys. Okay, so you want 20% off? Use Patty, P-A-T-T-Y, 20, okay, as your promo code. You'll get 20% off. And this is what it looks like. So again, 20% off that 2,000. That'll bring that down to 1,600. So we have four plans. We have the annual and monthly for premium and standard. So we take 20% off this, the premium annual, we get down to 1,600. And standard will get down to 1,800, okay? 800. Big difference is the AI. I'll take a look at the AI. I'll show you what it looks like right now. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You want to go month to month? Go for it. In fact, do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want this product. Okay? You can always upgrade later on to an annual if you want to. So the standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 20%. If you decide you want to upgrade to annual within the 30 days, we'll honor the 20%. So no mad rush to take, just because you think, wow, I want 20% off the entire year. Because remember, the 20% discount on the month is only good for the first month. So, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But again, if you're not sure about this product, you can always try us out for that month. And then within the month, if you want to go to an annual, we'll honor the 20%. Three free sections on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Obviously, this week's did not work out. It got actually stopped out. Rig, with energy prices falling, oil falling, so rig did not work out. But, the last two were awesome. Stock of the day video that I do at noon. And all the education is here. Most of it completely geared, of course, to trade ideas. We have a great user guide. If you're new to trade ideas, I would take a look at the introductory lessons. Daily support. So today is your day if you want to pick Michael Noss's brain. He'll be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. You want to pick his brain about, back testing, using Brokerage Plus, etc. And he'll be there between 12 and 1. And then, of course, Chris is there between 3:30 and 4:30 when I do shut the main room down. Today is Tuesday, so there was a webinar today. So, I'm sorry, no, not a webinar today. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. And next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And again, Michael Noss, he put this video series together. If you're brand new to trading, please take a look at this. Before you commit money to the market, you should understand a little bit about how to read charts, etc. So you can take a look at this video series that Michael Noss put on, all free. Now, obviously in this section, if you want my scans, you've got to be a Trade Ideas subscriber. Here are the scans that I am sharing, okay? Give me a moment as I size this window, my other monitor. No, just stocks, Brent, just stocks. No Forex. All right, so I showed you all the scans that I am sharing. We also have a ton of scans up here. So if you click on from our toolbar, you click on new and then dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels, okay? So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, you'll see here are the scans. If you like this one, for instance, the momentum scan right here, you want it and you liked it, by liking it, just right click, configure, and click on summary, and you'll see what it's looking for. Excuse me, just like my scans. You know, you just right click on it, configure, and summary, and it'll tell you what it's looking for. You can always make adjustments, of course. If you don't like the price range or you don't like anything else, you can make adjustments. Or you can add, once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can add in your own filter or take one out. But if you like it as it is, you just save it to the cloud. What I'm trying to explain is you go to the different channels and you just kind of extract scans that you might like, and then you save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Okay? Just give me a moment. Well, guys, obviously the theme today is China, China, China. And of course, last week was China, China, China on the way down. That was Friday. That was an awesome short all day long for KWeb. And today, it's China, China, China on the way up. At least today. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. Somebody asked about Forex before. No, we don't do Forex. We scan the U.S. stock market. That's what we do. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can do so. Right-click on an alert window, configure, click on search. You see these icons here. These are all of the alerts that we have. And when you get to these icons, these are the filters. No programming language to learn, okay? You do not have to learn a programming language to use Trade Ideas. Now, again, don't get hung up on all the alerts and filters that we have. Of course, you don't have to learn them all. We have a lot because we've got, again, I always say it like this, but thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we've got enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scans. Okay? Well, it was a nice bounce from your scan there, Zach. ASTS, $777, $8 now for the ASTS. Market is absolutely ripping right now, guys. Dow's up, NASA's up, SPY's up, everything's up. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a while. Remember this one, this catapult, KPLT. It got up to here. I can't remember anymore if this was a SPAC that turned into a KPLT. Of course, a disaster, but is having a bit of a day today, KPLT. See if there's any specific, March 15th. So it had earnings before the market opened. No reaction whatsoever. Market opened, boom. Okay, let's take a look at the AI, and this is my recommendation. It hasn't been changed here. Let me just see something here. If you click on Holly AI now, yeah, they got to add the stop in here. Anyway, what I would do is this, okay? you don't have to have the AI channel open. You really, all you really want to do is just focus on this one, okay? This window right there. This is what I would do. Click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Click on, there's a filter here, and you'll notice here when you click from the channel bar, you'll only see these stocks, okay? And you see that because we're clicking on the profitable trades. You know, just follow the ones that are working. I mean, there's no point in following the ones that aren't. I don't even know if there are any other ones. Yeah, so there's one other one, okay? But just follow the ones that are working. And I know this is not going to sound good to those of you who want to auto trade, which I don't agree with, because yeah, you want to take every trade. Well, what we're saying now is, you know, the AI will give you a list of stocks that trigger based on the strategies, okay? And then we create that list to just follow the ones that are working. I mean, to me, that makes perfect sense. It's like my watch list, you know, you just focus on the ones that are working. Who cares about the ones that aren't working? So I would just then click on the profitable in the filter, just check that, and now save this as part of your layout. All right, so you save it as part of your layout, then tomorrow when you open Trade Ideas, the earliest alert you'll get is 9:35. You see that we had the one here at 9:36. And just follow the alerts all day long. You know, you have an entry, you have a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you. So are you talking about the Monday, Wednesday, and then the Tuesday, Thursday webinars? You just have to sign up for them. So if you go, and then you get an email, okay? So if you go to my homepage and then just sign up for the sorry, just a second. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, anyway, sorry about that. So just go to the education section, okay? Go to the education section. From my homepage, just go to the education section, and then they're right here. It's all right down here, daily webinars, okay? So you can just sign up for them right here. They're probably on our YouTube page also, all the archived ones. So if you go to our YouTube page, you're probably there also. Huge moves now for these China EVs and just China stocks in general. So you want to short China now? There's your bear short, Yang. I'm sorry, you want to, well, you're going long, but you know you want to short this one, but you probably should take was it yen? Wow, KWeb. You want to go long China, KWeb. Wow, it's at yesterday's high now. Well, nice day so far. Again, still for the airlines. I know somebody is still long jets. Been a little bit choppy, but hey, trend is up. Jets. Yeah, Vicky, I'll share that with you. File, load from cloud, small gap breakout, share. Okay. I actually did take a little one from it. It did okay. The Inva mentioned it earlier, but just needs. I got to figure out. Got to try to catch them early. I might have to up the relative volume. You know, like here's another one. Okay, hardly any gap, but it is now up. Well, it was up 3%. You know, it was up here at 418, I guess, and you know, just maybe starting to move. Maybe. Well, NTRA did not collapse with that report, that press release I had this morning. So of course, what I'd be looking at in that small gap breakout is the ones that have a lot of room to run. So for instance, is IBRX. You know, I mean, again, I'm not saying it. You know, you take it, but I mean, it becomes way more interesting when you look left and a stock has got a lot of room to run. And as long as you know the market is solid right now. Yeah, it's on my homepage, RJ. Just go to my homepage and it's there in the scan section. Okay, just gonna I'll get my link in. Okay, so go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and it's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. How's KWeb doing at the yesterday's high? Just hasn't quite taken it out. Maybe that'll stall it. I don't know. But of course, as an individual stock, I mean, there's FUTU. Next high looking left is 3029. Yeah, probably a huge recovery, yeah, for PDD. So we're seeing a lot of these China stocks on Zach's topping play. You know, we're seeing a lot of them. HTHT is another one now. But you know, I'd be keeping an eye on KWeb. You know, if you're going to short any of these China plays, I'd be keeping an eye on KWeb and see what it's doing. Well, look at GME. Look at this from 78 to 80, 87, $10 pop for GME. Pulling back a little bit here. Nothing will surprise me if it recovers and gets over. No, I don't mean today or ever really, but I mean if it gets back to 100, nothing will surprise me in this one. Ooh. All right, I noticed that the AI just is taking a look at HOLI, Holly. There is the 200-day moving average, so that easily could stop it, but that's far enough away. No bounce for this one, guys. PBF has just continued its way down ever since the market, well, ever since 9:15 actually. I'm sorry, 9:30. It has just continued down, PBF. All right, keep an eye on the China stocks now. Look at KWEB, okay? There's a red bar. Let's see if it takes out the low of that candle right there, and that could signify the end of this China bounce. Okay, I'm just going to stick an alert right down there. XPEV is not quite doing the same thing as KWEB, but I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, yesterday's high for XPEV was 2180. Okay, it's right there. Is that going to stall it? Yeah, I know I've got this probably annoying little beep in the background, guys. Boy, I'd be watching these China plays now to see if they've run out, sort of, if they're exhausted. All right, guys, just talk a little bit about this window that you see here, the big blue window called Brokers Plus. All right, and again, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room at noon. Definitely way more of an expert on it than I am, but I will put the link in. All right, so I'll put a Brokers Plus link in right there. There are two videos. There's a short video if you have an interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. It shows you, can show you how you can actually use this window to trade from within trade ideas, okay? If you have an IB or E-Trade account. This is only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this window called Brokers Plus is not available. You notice up here it says Brokers Plus, two options underneath. One says live and one says simulation, paper trading, okay? The second video goes into a lot more detail how you can use this window. Now, how I like to demonstrate it though is using it as a simulator. If you're new to trading, you know, and want to practice trading, it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you can use this window here called Brokerage Plus to practice trading. Again, it uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. Click on an alert. I said click on an alert. I'm on this development bell. Okay. Oh, but I'm not connected. Idiot. It's me. It's my fault. Give me a moment. Okay, select account, simulated. There we go. Okay, so you notice it said, well, I'll back up. You want to start practicing trading? Let me disconnect. Okay, so it says not connected. So you just click on sim. And then when it says select account, click on it and then select simulated trading default. Okay, now you're in simulation mode. Now you can practice trading. Look at KWeb now, guys. Wow, this is interesting. Right at the low of the previous 15-minute candle. And yeah, you just click on an alert. Symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Price you want to get in. If you want to buy it, click buy. If you want to short it, you click sell. Very, very simple to use. So I can't emphasize more. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you connect to your live account. Now, unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, doesn't mean that you can make money when you connect to your live account, because, you know, emotions come into play a lot. Well, not a lot. Controlling your emotions and having discipline is such a huge part of trading. Having stops and obeying them, etc. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, and let's see now. Let's just take a trade here in the simulator. We'll do a little bit of showing you how you can do it. Just going to try to pick something that might be kind of fun. Well, guys, these China stocks must be giving it up now. Some of them must be giving it up now. I'm going to short Queb just to show you. Again, for those of you who don't want to short, I'm just going to short sell right at the market. There's only a penny spread, so you're going to see what happens here. So it took the short right there, okay? Now, if I want to get out of this trade, I can highlight it, I can click flatten, I get out of the trade. I can get out of half my trade, or I could double my trade. Okay? Now, if I leave, now this is just in general, if I leave this in, and I don't close it by the end of the day, this is how you can practice swing trading, okay? Okay, guys, I will be right back again. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, it's not shortable for me. AVGR not shortable for me. It just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, and it is an all-time low. Has earnings actually on the 22nd, but I don't have. Yeah, go ahead, Blue Moon. Question about the alerts. Go ahead. In our YouTube room. Yeah, so I mean, if should have been paying way more attention to shorting these tops on the China plays. I mean, I'm just looking at the topping plays from Zach. I mean, yeah, massive. Is it YY? That doesn't mean you don't pay attention, right? So, I've got a lot of things that I sort of do on the side. So, but look at this. I mean, these are all these China stocks. I think YMM is, yeah. So these are all these China. That's Singapore, granted, YY. But, these are all China stocks. Shouldn't say all, but these top ones here. So the minute that KWEB started to turn, that was your sign, that you could probably start shorting some of these China stocks if you wanted to. Or just short KWEB. Yeah, or buy Yang. Yeah, I mean, 31 million shares. Let's take a look at Yang. What is the trade? 5 million. So I mean, there's a little more liquidity. Maybe a little more liquidity with. Yeah, so I mean, you're talking about ores, okay, Blue Moon. So you can't do that, okay, with the ores. I mean, the ores are. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. So I mean, you're talking basically trying to turn the alerts into filters, and so both ores have to be met. You can't do it. Yeah, I know. So you cannot say, okay, I want a 5-minute high as an alert, and I also want a something else as an alert, but I want both those to be satisfied. It won't happen. Those are ors. There are some filters which can be somewhat duplicated as alerts and vice versa, but what you're asking for is no, unfortunately not. No. No, you cannot build. There are no alerts. You cannot take an alert and build it as a custom, kind of a custom alert or a custom filter. No. But for instance, this is what I was talking about. Okay. I mean, these are just some of the very few ones. But if I type in volume, for instance, okay. So look at this: 1 minute volume spike as an alert. Okay. 1 minute volume spike as an alert, and here is sort of the filter equivalent. But we don't have very many that are like this. There's the volume 1 minute as a filter equivalent, and here's the volume 1 minute as a alert equivalent. Okay? But if it's not there, it's not there. You can't build it. High relative volume as a filter. Relative volume as, high relative volume as an alert. relative volume as a filter. There are a few like that, not many. So in other words, I think what you're also, you cannot take the volume thrust down and turn it somehow into a filter. I've never even used that one, by the way. You too, T-Moon. NVIDIA ripping. I haven't looked at NVIDIA in a long, long time. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, that's a big move. 6% for 2.4 billion in the float. Boy, it's come a long way from its highs. Yeah, I think they're just yeah, Nicole. So you want to talk about a specific stock? It's just a mistake. That's all. Go to the stocks only as opposed to off topic. Not trying to single you out, but that was the last one I see. Oh, why couldn't there be shorts available for that stupid one, HYMC? And Interactive Brokers, I'm sure other brokerages. I'm not gonna, I love this. AMC's gold mine investment adventure linked to distressed debt investor. Well, can this jets last? I mean, can the airline industry, finally have several days in a row, being up rather than just this ugly, ugly living? This is an ugly daily chart. I mean, the last few days been very ugly. Can it maybe can the airline industry keep moving higher for a while anyway? Of course, a lot will depend on what oil does. So oil is still, Brent is moving down a little bit more, 99. WTI is 94.5, so hanging under 100. Remember that is a big drop. What was the high? Was it 135, 138 or so a few days ago? $131. Thank you, Jay. So that's a big drop. I mean, 131 down to 95. That's a big drop, percentage-wise. So that really helps the airlines. All right, K-Web making its way down a little bit more, inch by inch. So here's a gap. So some of the energy plays. Let's take a look at the sectors now, guys, and go to the Jock channel bar, click on the sector status and see what's happening. My guess is that we're going to see some of the energy plays maybe. No, they're still 100% down, 100%. See what else is happening here. So what this means is that still, they could be rallying off the bottom, of course, but still 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are below yesterday's close. Okay, I mean, HFC is basically flat, but 100% of them, in essence, are down from yesterday's close. That doesn't mean they're not rallying somewhat, but they're still below yesterday's close. Look at, let's see now, 93% of technology stocks are up, 76% of communications, 93% of healthcare stocks. What are financials doing? So the financials, I think, are fading a little bit because this was at one point, I think, about 80%. So again, you want to get into if you're going to take a trade, and especially if it's something that doesn't have news on its own, it doesn't have its own, not an earnings release, or it doesn't have specifically news on its own, and it's going to maybe track its sector pretty closely. You better know what the sector is doing. So in other words, right now, yeah, I think there's some of the energy stocks have rallied, but still, it's a very weak sector today. BTTX, let's see now, okay. So the market is basically just flattened out. But here's an energy play, little energy play, tallow. It is it gapped down and it is coming back. But it is still down for the day. Yeah, this little wolf has some room. What's the high yesterday? 1921. You know what I might add, Vicky, in here is something that shows that it's got to be above or below yesterday's high. Let me just do that. Number one. All right, I'm going to add that one and just see what happens. JWEL, I haven't seen that one in a long time. It used to be, yeah, one of those crazy ones. 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I guess. Yeah, 3 months ago, got all the way up to 26 or 27. probably for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're willing to hold it for who knows how long, weeks, months, maybe it's found a bottom, but Lyel. Let's take a look. I don't know this one at all. So you're talking about over the high of the day, I guess. Pretty ugly day yesterday, so I don't know what's going to get it to move today. Yeah, forget about, yeah, this GFAI is just a mess. Very messy. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails, especially the topping tails for GFAI on the 15-minute chart. You know, the buyers trying like mad a few times to move it higher. Sellers kept knocking it down. Now the sellers are in control. Yeah, look at these SPY. Well, this is a good day for my internet slash cable slash phone guy to come over. At what time, I'm not sure, between 12 and 2 Eastern time. Yeah, look at this. The market is just snoozing here. 1, 2, 3. There's an hour almost, almost an hour of just flattened right out. Meanwhile, Queb keeps moving down, guys. So if you were short any sort of a China play, you are making money. All right, this was halted. I just see this was halted at 11. Well, okay, it was halted at 11:21. It hasn't opened yet. LUCD. What does it have here? The high yesterday was 333, so it's at that high. The next highs are, it looks like there's a ton of resistance, not that far away though, 30 cents away. Unless it explodes through all this, I don't see any specific reason for it. This is LUCD. It just opened. Let's see what it does. Yeah, looks like a big, nothing really to it. Bad spread for a $3 stock, 319, 330. But also a ton of resistance not that far away. Well, this is actually starting to work. I don't have any shorts available for it. AVGR, that is from the 10-day daily breakdown, my scan. That's what I'm talking about right here, AVGR. I just don't have any shorts at Interactive Brokers. Another one, all-time low. Q, that's a China stock, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, pick a China stock. I mean, just look at KWeb. I mean, virtually, I'm sure they're all going to look something like this. Indo. Now, why are you taking Indo? Is energy? You went long Indo, 2188. Okay. Okay. Well, good luck. Of course, I'd be watching XLE at the same time, or just in general energy, to see if energy kind of stops moving down, which I guess it did a little bit, but HOLI doing, this one, again, this is a potential buyout, I guess, a $2 billion buyout. You're reading the news. So China stock is completely trading on its own. So this is the news. This hit pre-market, of course. So gains after report. Beijing infra mulling a $1.9 billion offer. Okay. So this is really trading on its own. This is a good definition of an alpha stock. It hasn't cared what the rest of the China stocks are doing. All right, guys, you who are following Coop, this could be interesting. This is, a tremendous bounce for many of you. I know many of you are playing that bounce, but maybe starting to break down right there. Remember, this is an earnings play. I mean, it's still down 18%. For whatever reason, traders piled into this, and that was a great bounce from 64. Wow, $10 bounce. But for all the reasons that went down in the first place, here maybe it starts to come down again. Market's open again. You're right. It did make a new high. It did. Little pop here. You're right. Kind of eyeing the wolf here, guys. And then this is from that small gap breakout. Kind of eyeing it. It's got some room to about the $20 level. Just kind of seeing what happens here. If you get a pop, I take that trade. Just basing nicely. WOOF. All right, somebody mentioned SONM before. It might have been Zach, I can't remember, but it is now over $1. Wow, look at this, 58 cents. 15 million shares, so it's traded the float, 14.9 in the float. It is traded 15 million, so traded the float. What do we see when we look left? Yeah, it looks like there could be the resistance right there, right where it is, or at 112-ish. SONM. See if there's any news on this one. Integrates walkie-talkie. In Microsoft, yeah, put Microsoft, yeah, so there's your news. Put Microsoft in your press release, you'll get some attention. Yeah, so it has been changed now, okay? So you go to my website, it'll say 20% now, okay? I actually put the code in before, but the change has been made. If you click now, okay, on my home page, click now, my home page. And it has now been changed. Patty 20 for, okay. So that's number one. What was another part of your question? Okay, certainly within the first 30 days, definitely. After that, I'm not sure, okay? You're talking about definitely within 30 days. After that, I'm not 100% sure. You're talking about upgrading from Montreal, from monthly to an annual. So that was you, Zach. Okay, I thought it was you on the Sonum. Hey, woof, 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 woof. You gotta love anything to do with pets. At least I do, anyway. All right, Monita, my little cat, gave me some good luck on the woof, so I'll give her a treat. Just a minute. All right, treat delivered. So I've asked the question. Okay, Ralu, are you when you say you're new here, are you new to Trade Ideas, or are you new to the? First of all, do you have Trade Ideas as a program? In other words, are you a subscriber? And welcome, by the way. Okay, well, okay, so you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. Okay, what I can do is give you a link to my homepage, and there's a lot of information there on my homepage. First thing I would do, probably, just to get yourself used to what Trade Ideas is all about, if you click on my homepage link, and you go to the education section. Now, I mean, you can go to the user guide. The user guide is pretty in-depth, but it is sections. It is sectioned out. So it describes what alert windows are, what a top list window is, okay, all these sort of things. But what I probably would do is just take a look at our 20 introductory lessons. This will show you what the basic features of Trade Ideas, you know, what is a top list, build a top list, what are alert windows, okay? These cover the basic features of Trade Ideas. That's probably where I would start. If you're brand new to trading, completely brand new to trading though, I would also keep scrolling down on that education section and going to the back to basics. Okay, and this is a free. It starts off, a video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created, and it starts off with what is a stock. So that's if you're brand new to trading also. Okay, but first thing I would do, just to understand what Trade Ideas is about, is take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Okay, now the room is an active trading room, of course. And so you can follow along to see, you know, what you're seeing here are scans that I've created, you know, that are generating ideas all day long. Hence, Trade Ideas as the name of the company. Again, guys, your China stocks, if you were short anything at all, you know, they should be working well. Look at KWeb starting to really drift down now. I mean, the next level would be way down here around 21. Well, whether they're, okay, I have a low float scan that you might want, Aaron, okay? Do I still have that? Let me just see if I still have that as one of the ones I'm sharing. Low floaters on the move. I may have taken that out. Oh, here we go. So there it is, low floaters on the move, okay? You can take a look at this one. I'm talking to somebody. Okay, so low floaters on the move. So we just go to the scan section. When you click on my link, go to the scan section and then scroll down until you see low floaters on the move. Now you can always make adjustments to it. You know, you might want a different price range or different idea about what you consider a low float is. I think my maximum is 20 million. But you know, any one of my scans, of course, can be adjusted to an individual style of trading. So for instance, my basic new highs, you know, if I right click on it and configure and summary, so yes, I'm sharing this one, but you may not like the price range. Again, when I say you, a person who takes this may not like the price range. Maybe they want a different price range. You know, maybe they want between 10 and 100. Maybe they want a different minimum volume. Maybe they want to reduce that relative volume and get more alerts. You know, it's up to you. But this is, you know, this is sort of a template. This is what I use. But that doesn't mean this has to be exactly what you use. So you can always make, you know, changes to the scans that I'm sharing. And of course, any of the scans that are in the toolbar. Toolbar, as in the, sorry, Click on new, and then the dock channel bar, and then these are all different scan layouts, scans that we've got. So if you're starting out new, you don't have to know how to build a scan at all. Meanwhile, the HOLI in nice alert so far in the AI. The alert was at 1556, 1604 now. But if you took this one from the AI, you should be totally aware of where that 200-day moving average is. 1619. So, I mean, it may stop right there. Now, listen, it may pop right through it, but you got to be aware of that. That's where that 200-day moving average is. May not be too late though on that bounce. I mean, it's 21.42. I mean, yeah, it is 25 cents, but still has some room to that 22 mark. Well, guys, I was just mentioning Coop before, and look at this. So from 74 now down to 72, and remember now, I mean, it's still down 19%. For all the reasons it was down before, they're still there. They are still in effect. Yeah, it depends on who your broker is. I mean, somebody's saying in our YouTube room, no shorts available for DWAC. If you have Interactive Brokers, 173,000 shares available. So all depends on your, it really depends on your broker, little Timmy. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, listen, newbie and anybody else who's brand new, we all started out new at one point. So don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay, we all started out new at one point. And it can be very, bewildering, when you look at all this stuff and you're wondering, well, what the heck is going on? How do I possibly know what to take? Well, I mean, trading is not easy. And that's why one of the things in that education section is that video, all the little videos that Michael Noss created that at least get you started about how to understand how to read charts and things like that. You can't expect just to step in, and I'm not talking to you specifically, I'm not talking to anybody specifically, just in general. I know people want to just start trading immediately, they get some money, put it in an account, let's go. Well, unfortunately, it generally does not work that way. But we have a ton of support. I mean, this room is like this, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. When I take my break at noon, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. There are different trading styles. We've got 5 traders, Monday to Friday. So there's a different trader in our YouTube room. And there are different trading styles. I'm way more of a day trader than the rest of them. And then Chris Varley from 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room, Monday to Friday. He's there, to answer questions also. So we do try to support the product as best we can. All right, so there is the first little bounce, maybe for Queb. Okay, so again, if you're short any China stocks, be aware of that. I mean, if I'm short a China stock, I have this right beside it. I have this chart right beside it to see what's happening. KC was one that was an all-time low yesterday. KC was an all-time low yesterday. It's just barely above that, but it'd have a nice little run here. Well, can it take out the 200-day? I mean, wow, it did. It did. It took out the 200-day, kind of like nothing, but it's right there. Remember, as Real would say, this is an area, right? I mean, 1619, so it's right there. You know, so it could still stall it there. But the next high looking left would be 1689 on the daily. So if it can really pop through this 200-day area, then the next level could be up into the 17 level. How's this Jets doing? So Jets is still looking okay. I'm sure most of the airlines are probably looking like this pattern right there. This Jets is the ETF for the airline industry. Yeah, I mean, it's hanging right there. I mean, literally right at that 200-day area, 1619. I haven't looked at Peloton. You guys have been talking about Peloton. I think somebody said there was an upgrade for it. Okay, that upgrade obviously worked a bit, but now reality. Well, I have to show this to you. IXHL is now moving again. This looks like it's going to get halted. Oh, it resumed at 11:30. Okay, it's been resumed. Could get halted again. What's the spread like now? 74.39, 76.40. So, but a $2 spread, which, you know, usually that would be ridiculous, but, you know, for this one, still, I cannot see any news for this one. Did this craziness after hours yesterday, almost got to 100. 96, looks like we're at 96.28. Australian stock. And I'm not ignoring William. William is just pulling my leg. All right, guys. So again, I'm in a bit of a dilemma here. I'm wondering when this guy is going to show up. I'm going to be taking my break at noon. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. Let me put the YouTube link in. Again, if you want a lot more information about using this window called Brokerage Plus, if you're into maybe backtesting your own strategies, things like that, Michael is your man. So I'm just going to Put the YouTube link in when I do take my break. What I might do is the only break I'm going to take will really be just to do my video, okay? Now in YouTube, Michael will take over between 12 and 1, but maybe what I'll do is I won't take like a long, like I usually take a break from 12 to 12:50, but what I'll do is I'll probably just do my video and then come back into the room and then wait for the guy to show up and then figure out what to do from there. Yeah, I mean, Holly's HOLI is looking good now. I mean, it looks like it is going to leave that 200 behind. So your next level is right up here. The high in the next level, 1689. That's the next high looking left. Whoa. Going to be fascinating to see where this one ends up. IXHL. Surprised it was not halted. All right, guys, so I'm going to just put my announcement in. I'll wait for Michael to show up. Yeah, look at these China stocks now, guys. I mean, look at Queb now, guys. KWEB. So your China, if you're short China, they should be working great. The only one that's, I mean, Holly, I mean, this is HOLI. Holly and Holly. We nickname, of course, our AI Holly. This is working fabulously well, and it doesn't care. It's a China stock, doesn't care. You hear us talk about alpha stocks a lot. Alpha stocks, stocks that trade basically on their own. They don't care what the overall market's doing so much. They don't care what its sector is doing so much. They're basically trading on their own because they usually have news specific to it, and that's exactly what HOLI. So, I mean, look at all the other China stocks. Yeah, the NTRA it disappointed me. I was I was really hoping for a massive collapse right here. When it got under 30, I was really eyeballing this one, and it was too early for me to take the trade because in the first 15 I don't like to, but I was I was ready to make an exception because of the news that hit. I mean, it looks really bad. I mean, that news. I mean, already got hammered 4 days ago from Hindenburg, but then it had some news again today. And you know, anytime you see almost, well, it says false advertising trial. I mean, it's still down 15%, but oh, there he is. Okay, Michael, thank you. So I'm going to have to play this one by ear. Okay, if my internet goes out, I'll have to get Chris maybe to take over from you at 1 or something. But anyway, I'll let you guys know.
Alright, everyone, welcome. Let me just get everything set up here. Click on that, and that should work. Perfect. Alright, so we're good to go. So again, I say this every time, but if you're new here, essentially we give Barry an hour off, and we open up the chat room for questions for the entire hour every single day, not just today. So feel free, if you're new to trading or trade ideas or anything like that, to come back whenever it is you would like during this time frame, which is 12 to 1 Eastern. Come on by and ask questions, trading, trade ideas, anything like that. Mainly used for the software, so people can use all of the study material that we give out when you join, the immense video lessons and all of that. And then if you've got a question, you can just come by and ask. So if you don't know me, my name is Michael. Have been using trade ideas for like almost 15 years now. Started consulting with trade ideas about 4 or 5 years ago. I'm a chartered market technician and a quantitative trader. So I essentially combine, instead of most traders would combine some sort of news catalyst with charts or something like that as a way to trade. I combine statistics with charts as a way to trade. And I say this every time as well, but we always love when you guys ask questions, because we generally don't prepare anything when we're coming here, just because we want to make sure that we're leaving everything open to questions. So don't be shy. Ask away in the chat. If you don't, what I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to be babbling on about the market as I try to look for what I want to trade for my own portfolio. So this SPY, this 420 level, you can't shake it. It's a question about RVol. Currently, you can't look at RVol in pre-market. It really wouldn't work anyway, right? Because generally speaking, if a company is gapping, it's going to have increased RVol anyway. So that would be the easiest way to look at that. You know, volume and price movement happens together. But yeah, no RVol for pre-market. You could do, volume percentage may work. I'm not too sure. But generally, if the stock's gapping and trading at all, it's going to have increased RVol. So, hi Michael, are you the mind behind Holly? I am one of it. Yeah, I'd say the main chunk of. I do a lot of the algorithm development and building there. As an algo trader myself, that was one of the reasons that I was brought in to consult, is to build. I created Holly Neo and 2.0, and then the original one was partly me and then some people before me. So yeah, this 420 area on the SPY seems to be everything. Right? It's resistance and support, and it just can't get through one way or the other. I expected this choppy action, right? Remember, we have FOMC meeting tomorrow. So I think a lot of big traders are holding off doing anything. You got to think, if you're a $1 trillion hedge fund manager and there's probably one of the most important FOMCs in 20 years happening tomorrow, are you going to put your $1 billion to work today, or are you just going to wait and do it tomorrow, kind of thing? Can I go through my morning routine? Okay, so I'm not really a gap player in that space. Sorry there. So the main thing that I would look at, though, if I'm more of a swing trader. So my hold time is, 3 to 5 days, a week, sometimes a month if the thing's really going. But any day trading I do, I'm purely systematic. So, right, for example, what you're seeing here, this is all in the sim, but this is a strategy that I'm testing that if it continues to perform well, it will be something that I'll add to my day trading repertoire, which is just a series of 4 or 5 algorithms that I just put through and have trade each day. But what I would suggest is open up your channel bar and come here to the pre-market channel, because this is a pre-built channel that we have for you guys that has basically everything that's happening in the pre-market you'll see here. So it's not going to move very much right now because it's not in the pre-market, but this window right here will just be streaming with symbols when it comes to pre-market activity. So this will just be going all day. This top list here is the amount of or just gappers for the day. So HYMC, for example, was up 90 some odd percent. The gap that was an epic fade. Looking back, was the way to do it. BBU was down 30% on the day. So you'll find all of that information here. Now, what I'll say is with every channel, this is the way we pre-build it for you, but eventually there might be something that you want to tweak with that, and you can always right-click on anything, and you can duplicate into either a doc that you have, or you can duplicate it into a free-floating window or whatever, edit it, save it to the cloud, make it your own if, price or volume or something you want a little bit different. But this is actually pretty good. I actually come here each morning just to take a look and say, okay, what's going on here? After that, when it comes to day trading, I spend a lot of time in Barry's channel. Again, all of my day trading is systematic. I very rarely will enter a discretionary day trade. But if I do, I know Barry's channel is going to have a lot of the work done for me. So I'm not going to have to think too much about it. Right, so I can go through and go, okay, this is something that Barry was interested in. I can tell why. It had this big push yesterday, things like that. So that's mainly what I'll do there. And then the follow-up is, better yet, swing trading is more my speed. I would highly recommend, again, I'm biased because this is an algorithm I created, is our Trade Ideas Strength Alert channel down here. So this, let me get you, I have to update this week. So what this is right here is a algorithm that I created that's essentially a relative strength algorithm. So if you're new to the concept of relative strength, it's basically knowing that buying the strongest names is better than buying the weakest names, simply put. And that stocks that are strong, generally speaking, will continue to be strong over a period of time, and stocks that are weak will, generally speaking, continue to be weak over a period of time. So the simplest thing that you can do to get a leg up on the market, and this is not just my work, this has been done, it's very studied by a lot of people, is to just buy the strongest names, right? The old saying is, how do you beat a benchmark if you don't own the strongest names within that benchmark? So I created this relative strength system using trade ideas, and I went back and I back tested it 5 years, and then we've been forward testing it, which just means doing it live for about a year and a half. This isn't going to be low float stuff that you buy and triples over whatever day. It's just not how it works. But you can see the consistent outperformance of the market. Every time the market had a little crash, this crashed a little bit less. Every time the market did well, this did much better. 2021 was choppy for the market, and it was choppy for the system too. I can say we are at equity highs, even with the market selling off like this. So it's a pretty interesting system. Then this is where a lot of my swing trades come from. So I got a question. Can I share the scanner link? But yeah, they're just in your channel. So just open up your channel, go to strength alerts, and then the other one I showed was just called pre-market. And you just click on those and you'll be looking at the exact same thing I'm looking at. So the TI strength alerts are, if you just want these, it's a $17 a month standalone product, and it essentially has my thoughts on the market. Again, I was just talking about, this is the email that would have gone out on Sunday evening. I was just talking about this 420 area and its importance. And then there's 5 symbols, which are the top 5 ranked of the strength alerts that have entries and stop losses. Essentially, the entries is a break of Friday's high, more or less. And then the stop loss is just whatever the most recent swing low is, right? And you'll get this, but then also within the channel, you have access to look at these symbols. So I don't know if any of them triggered yet. No, so no triggers this week yet. But you also have access to this thing that my face is partially covered down here, which is the current top ranked symbols from this algorithm. So Costco, for example, I'm actually writing down in my notepad right here because I not only like the look of this chart, but I also like that it's the top ranked of the strength alerts. So it's the strongest stock in the market based off this algorithm that I could find. It takes a lot of indicators and technical patterns and candlestick patterns and all that stuff into account. So a lot of these names look pretty good. This VRTX, I actually got triggered in some on, I believe yesterday, I bought some. This was a strength alert from 2 weeks ago that never triggered, and I just kept it on my list. So I got triggered in some of this yesterday. I'm up 2 or 3% on that today, so happy. And again, the concept is that you just rotate into whatever the strongest names are. And once they stop being the strongest names, then it's time to forget them and back out and go into something else. So right now, you'll notice that there's a lot of boring type names in there. It's just because the market we were in. But if you go back to during the pandemic, when I was building this algorithm and testing, it owned a lot of Peloton. Like if you look at Costco now and then Peloton then, there's a lot of similarities to it. I'm not saying that Costco is going to turn into a massive move like this, but right now you'll never see a Peloton on this list because it's weak. And, I think it's partially to my attempt to help traders, even without the algorithm, to try to figure out, to stop buying shitty names. Like the people, if you're day trading and you want to buy Bob or something today, that's fine. But there is a couple psychological phenomenon that I think occurs to make people to buy crap. One of them is, I think, visually, when we study charts long enough, a lot of people think that support's down here and that resistance is up here at the bottom and the top of the chart, respectively. I just don't believe that's the case. Right? We know that it can always go lower. Even if it's at a penny, it can always go lower. So I think there's part of that, and then I think there's just the human inclination to support the underdog, right? They want what is the, let me buy the strongest thing, and then the last thing I think that might do it is the old saying, which I think is the worst saying on Wall Street, which is buy low, sell high. It just doesn't help. So that's the series, and that's where I get most of my swing trading alerts from. Also, if you right click on this, there is a option for what's called server window within here. You can also get this by just going new and market explorer in your channel bar. And there's a whole bunch of scans in here. And this is built with a new system that we have that I can go back and I can back test, and I can do way more customization than you can normally do in trade ideas. The downside to it is it takes a lot more server power. So we can't let everybody play with that. So what I'm doing is I'm building these scans and then I'm kind of pushing them out. So for example, if you're looking for stocks that put an inside day, we have an inside day scanner there. So everything you'll see here, when I click on it, the price is inside yesterday's range, right? DD, for example, is inside yesterday's range. A lot of people like to scan for this when it comes to swing trading, as essentially if you look at inside day, it has an inside day is the same as like a bull flag on like a 15 or 30-minute chart. And we have inside, I know my face is hiding it, but we have inside 2, 5, 15, 30-minute bars. We have another one that I really like that's up here, just called bull flag for swing trading. I would say between TI strength and this bull flag scan, 80+% of my my trading happens from this. And you'll just see the bull flag scan is looking for stocks that are just doing that, right? So some sort of move up and then some sort of sideways consolidation. NRA is a buyout, so ignore that one, right? Everything you'll see here again is some sort of push up and then some sort of sideways consolidation. So, you know, when it comes to swing trading, right, push up, sideways consolidation, probably the easiest thing that you could do. Again, there's no system that's going to work all the time. There's no system that's easy money. But if there was kind of advice that I would give to people of where to start if you're swing trading, is the bull flag is a pretty easy one. So you get a big push up and then you get some sideways consolidation, right? The beauty of that is if you then take this in the direction of the trend, when it breaks out, is you're buying something that's in a short-term trend in your direction because you're buying a breakout. You're buying something that's in a longer-term direction of a trend because you're buying a bull flag and it has to have a push up first. And you have a really logical place for your stop, which is usually just under the bull flag. And it's that, I think, that premise alone, that very basic premise, I think will keep a lot of traders out of a lot of trouble, of just find something that is pushing up. I just find one that I really like. Find something that's pushing up, have it chop sideways. When it continues to push up, right, get involved. You know where you're wrong. Find a way to push in from there. Is the strength alerts included in TI or additional? It's included. Again, all you got to do is go to your channel bar and click TI strength alerts. And it's right there. So it's this icon here that's kind of got the cartoony little pop. And it's right there for you. Michael, how can I fix pin chart windows to a docked window to create a layout, which I can save and open as one window? So first, what you want to do, easiest way to do that is go under Tools and go under Options. And then under Layouts, click Open in Docked Window. That's going to be, I think, the easiest way to get you started. So you want to make sure that this is ticked right here, Open in Docked Window. Essentially what that means is every new window you open will open inside of a dock. That's what that does. So we go New, and then open a docked window. Right? Name it whatever you want. I'll just call it Stream. Now, every window that I open will be inside this window. So just close the instructions. right? And it's always going to be in the last docked window you touched. So if I click on this window and then I open something new, it will happen here. But since I'm in this docked right here, if I open new and then let's just put in a chart, you see that it opens inside of this window. And then if I go new and let's put in a single stock window, you see it also opened inside this window. And then you can just grab the header and drag all of these around wherever you'd want them, stack them up or do whatever you'd like. And then when you're done with that, right click on the header bar right up top here and just hit save and share to cloud. And you'll just save that into the cloud. So I think that got your question. If not, follow-ups are good to go. Thanks. You mentioned 17.99. Yeah, that's if you just want it. So we sell just those 5 symbols on their own as an email product. So every Sunday you get that emailed to you. But if you're a Trade Ideas member, you not only get that email, which is when you open the channel here, and you actually generally get it earlier because I put together the email and then I put it inside the system and then I schedule to send it out later. So you get that. You not only get that, you get that early. You get the scanner that refreshes with what are the top whatever. And I also like to use it as a bit of a cue as well for my swing trading. So, right now there's only a couple symbols. Right? There's only a couple symbols that even made it. And I think 1 or 2 of these are buyouts. So I kind of look at that as a sign, right? That if it's not able to find a lot of strong stocks, maybe the market in and of itself is not very strong, and maybe it's time to just hang out and wait for some strength to come back in. But again, I'm biased because this is my creation, but man, I've been enjoying this. The system of just the 5 symbols is up this year with the market getting absolutely hammered as a long only system. And I myself am up way more than the individual system because, again, a system has these rigid rules. I'm one that I don't like to time stop something that's working. I want to trail a stop behind a moving average or something like that. So there's been a lot of things that I've gotten into that are just in the right area. Like it's been buying a lot of oil. It's been buying a lot of energy names. It's been buying a lot of financials. It's bought, there was wheat on it at one point. I would love to say I got this whole crazy wheat move, but wheat was actually on it right here. And I took that the next day as it broke that prior high. And then when it gapped up here, I just sold it just as a, hey, I'm going to take that and run. And then, of course, right, I could have gotten another 20, 30% out of it. And corn, the ETF, was actually on there as well. I think it was the same. I think it was in here, and I took that, and then we had that crazy gap up, and I sold. So it just does a very good job, and you can go back and you can see, it brings back a couple days. But if we go back to, let's say, the 28th, so the end of February, you can see that in the end of February, there's a lot of oil and gas names. We've got, right, crude oil, right, crude oil. I know Mur is a crude oil one. Crude oil, right? There's a lot of these names, and it was doing this like a month ago. You keep going back, right? So in the 25th, it's recommending RTX. So where was the 25th? Right here. It's saying, hey, take a look at Raytheon, and then what happened? Right after the war broke out with Raytheon. So it's not going to get you low float penny stocks at double and triple and blah, blah, blah. But it's more for people who have already somewhat sized accounts and they just want to, roll into a 5 to 10% winner and try to do that as consistently as possible. Yesterday's webinar, some user was requesting a narrow range. Well, we have narrow range scanners, so that user could do that. I think what I was speaking about is just more, let's make this a free floating window so you can see, is just more of an inside day, or inside bar. So it doesn't necessarily have to be narrow, but for example, if we go 30-minute inside bar, right, everything here will be putting in 30-minute inside bars. So let me go and let's make this chart down here, 30-minute bar. All right, so if I click on AMD, it will be trading inside yesterday's range as of 12. So that's 12 my time. So there's basically been nothing in here for a while. So let's do another time frame. Let's try 15-minute. And again, there's just some people, and I totally get it, who like looking at 12:15 for this one. So there's still nothing recently. So what's 12:15? Yeah, so at some time this was a inside action there. And yeah, again, I love the concept. I totally get what they're after. I wish there was, let's try 5, see if there's something right now to give a real-time example. But the idea is simply that if you're Apple. So the idea is that any inside bar is a flag on a smaller time frame, right? So if you have a day that's inside the other day, it's essentially, just draw this out, right? If you take, if your daily chart looks like this, where you've got yesterday's candle and then you've got today's candle, if you zoom in on that chart, what you're going to see, if that's a daily chart, for on an intraday basis, you're going to see a bull flag. That's essentially what that is. And if you go out, you're going to see a bear flag. So what a lot of people will do is they'll take whatever time frames a step above whatever they're looking at, and they'll point at that inside bar and they'll say, hey, that's going to be a bull flag on a smaller time frame. So I get that as well. Thanks for explaining. Where do I go to the website to sign up for the strength alerts? So again, if you're not a TI member, it should just be on the pricing page. Let me check here. Yeah, so if you click on that link right there, right, you'll be brought to this page. Hopefully, I sent you the right link there, and then it's just underneath these two right here. So it's just down here as well, and that will click Get More Info, and you can set up all of that as well. And this is just one of those things, it's kind of like a loss leader for us, but the point of it is for people like you who are not yet members, is if you're a swing trader and you're a fairly low touch swing trader, because again, these are kind of once a week kind of plays, that you try that out. And if you end up liking the ideas that come out there, then you might say, okay, well, maybe I want the standard plan, which will give me all the real-time data and all of that as well, right? And then it will get to the point where you can actually just trade those things right through the system. So for example, again, I've got Brokerage Plus open here. Right, again, this is an algorithm that I'm testing, obviously doing phenomenal today. But at any time, if I like Costco, for example, I can right-click on Costco and I can just say, trade Costco, and I can set up all these rules around it. So it makes it very, very low friction to, I like this, I'm going to hit a button, I'm going to take a trade, and then just forget about it, because it's going to put the stop loss out for me. It's going to establish the risk reward for me. I'm not going to have to think about it and go from there, right? So exactly, I work full time. I don't want to watch stocks all day. Well, and that's, even though a lot of my income comes from trading, I'm the same way where it's not so much that I don't have the time because, again, I trade partially for a living, and then I consult with trade ideas. So my job is to stare at charts and build trading algorithms and do all that. So I'm fairly lucky in the stance that I could look at charts all day, but I don't want to, right? The reason I got into trading was not to go from one desk job that I was working at, staring at a screen all day, to go to another desk job to stare at a screen all day. So that's why for intraday stuff, I'm purely algorithmic. I didn't enter any of these trades. I just let the system go. But for swing trading, I've actually found is the best middle ground for me, just because I can enter a stock, I can check it at the end of the day. If I'm up a bunch and I want to take some profits, great, I can do that. If I'm not, then I can go, okay, now it's time to hold it for a few days and see what happens at that time. Take a sell when and if I want to. And the beauty of it is, I find anyway, is there is more profit if you don't cap your time. So a lot of people will cap, okay, I'm a day trader, that means I need to be in and out by the end of today. But what if the move is going to be a 4 or 5 day move? You're essentially just paying your broker for this kind of arbitrary time stop that you put on things, which again just doesn't make too much sense to me. But again, to each their own. So we got another half hour. Questions and everything are welcomed. I'm going to grab my seat over there and lower the desk. So one moment. All right, there we go. Stand for too long in one day, start to get a little lower back tinge. So that VXX stuff was crazy, eh? I wonder what hedge fund we're going to hear went bankrupt because of that. The actual VIX has been down all day long. And this is what the problem is. And we've had another one. Yeah, the VIX is down like 4% today. The actual VIX. And this thing was up like, it's nearly 50% or something today. It just shows you the insanity of kind of what can occur out there, where there's some hedge fund somewhere who makes a market between VXX and VIX, has some sort of algorithmic kind of strategy that says when those two things get out of line, buy one and short the other. Guarantee you there's one that exists out there. Hopefully it has good risk management principles, because if they tried that today with no stop loss or anything, they got absolutely destroyed, right? Because you were down 50% on your short, and your broker was probably calling you, and you were buying the VIX at the same time, so you were losing money on that as well, because the VIX has just been collapsing all day, and just something got out of whack. I don't know if Reddit got a hold of it or what happened, but if there was maybe a liquidation went through. It's one of those reasons too why, especially with these, like I heard a lot of people talking about how, the VIX is up and the market's up, that means something crazy is going on, and didn't check the actual VIX. And it's like, these ETFs are great when it does all these, but the leveraged ones like this, I kind of worry about. One of those things, if I don't understand how it works, then I'm really not going to be interested in using it as any kind of a guide. But this is just one of those things where I am willing to bet money that in a couple weeks, couple months, we're going to hear about a hedge fund or two that just went kablooey, right? Just absolutely exploded. Because again, they had some system that probably works like 99% of the time to scalp out a couple pennies between the two of them. And then this one time, it just went in to do the same thing that it always did, and the market just said no. We're not obeying logic today. I haven't looked at Wall Street Bets. I don't know if that was a Wall Street Bets thing or not. I doubt that, but I bet you that it's one of those things that if you go there now, I bet you there's a lot of mention of that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't see any real mention. God. So again, we got another half hour. I'm going to be here for questions. We're going to be chatting about whatever it is that you'd like to see. I'm just checking on my VRTX position here. It seems to be going well, breaking above that 242 area. Interested to see this wick right here. Is that going to cause some issue? TWI is interesting from TI strength. Okay, that one would have triggered yesterday. It was funny because it was on from last week, so I still actually have a position. I picked mine up. I think the initial trigger was up here, but when it broke above 12, I got in some, and I actually sold some on Monday, and we pulled back a bit. If we get back over it, I might buy back in. I really do like the look of this chart. If we go back to a weekly, a big old cup right here, and then put in a little bit of a handle right in this area, broke out of that, rolled steel manufacturing. So it looks like it's just a very simple and basic kind of an old school type of play, right? Where it's here is, which is what's working right now, right? Anyone who's trying to buy like the latest tech thing or whatever is just getting absolutely murdered in this market. But the people who are buying the tried, tested, and true old stuff, and I always, to prove that, I always go to Burke B. So this is Berkshire Hathaway, and he's been killing it. And then if you take this and you compare this to properties, and you compare the same thing to ARC, right? You can tell down here is buying growth names and picking bottoms on them and buying things as they're tanking. And then up here is just buying good, strong, old school names like high dividend paying names and, value investing, right? So there's value versus growth. And it wasn't always like that, right? If you zoom out a bit, you can see that there were times where Burke was having a bad time and Kathy was doing great. Like Kathy did this big run up and Burke just did this. But, you know, if you're dealing with that stuff, you got to sit through. Well, you don't have to, right? And again, that's the point. That's why I love TI Strength so much, is that it was in a lot of ARC names. Like it owned mRNA it owned mRNA during the pandemic, and it owned Zoom during the pandemic, and Peloton. And these were obviously way more fun times to be playing with the algorithm than right now. But I still love the fact that I'm up this year as a long only swing trader with the Qs being down. I think they hit bear market territory yesterday, so being down 20% just shows you the power of rotation. When I was talking to the guys about mRNA today, they were, I was talking about how even today it's getting killed. Maybe this thing has another leg lower. And what we were chatting about is this chart, I think, in and of itself, proves the concept of, ride the trend until it stops and then get out and move on to something else. Right? Could you imagine being someone who owned this thing, like on the, say the break of 100, and you ride it all the way up to 500, and then now you're pretty much back down to where you started? Like, that's insanity to me. Have some type of trailing stop. You can use something simple like, I don't know, the multi-period low, say 20-period low. At least would have gotten you way closer. Well, that's the 20-week. If you went into daily chart, yeah, that would have gotten you way higher up here. But just have an exit plan. There's so many people who trade and they just don't have an exit plan. And I just will never understand why. They're just like, I'm going to buy this thing and hope it goes to the moon. And talking about the GME and AMC people still you go online and they're saying, yeah, this thing's going to go to $1 million a share. And it's like, I'm sorry. Anything can happen in the market, but the odds are definitely not that this thing is going to go to the moon. In fact, if for the company to be worth what it was back here, it actually has to go lower because they raised a whole bunch of money. The CEO in and of himself was just selling this thing as everyone else was buying it. I think I heard that he sold most, if not all, of his position. Let's see. Senior VP, yeah, I'm looking through the insider trades on AMC and they're just all sells. Chief Marketing Officer, Chief Accounting Officer, Director. Yeah, just absolute tank. But at the same time, like I owned some GME in through here. In this area, I bought some around these 100s or so, and you better believe when I had a double, I was out. It's just the way you got to do it. Nothing goes up forever, and people often will say, oh, these things are going to go up continuously. And it just doesn't work that way. Like eventually, most companies, at some point, they have their heyday and then they're out of favor. So relative strength. Buy the strongest names, sell the losers, repeat. I guess that shows that bag holders can be confident that at least I guess this shows that bag holders can be confident that at least they have a smart CEO running the company. Well, yeah, he's smart enough to sell his shares when he saw a movie theater company, right, that it's movie theaters. There's nothing proprietary there. Anyone else could compete with them. If it was a growing industry, he saw his price getting insanely high. I remember him going on, he was like a hero to the Reddit people. And meanwhile, he's just selling his shares. He's just out in public talking about how, yeah, there's some movement here. We're going to revitalize this thing. And then meanwhile, in the back, he's locking in that money. Millions and millions and millions of dollars he made. And if AMC goes to zero tomorrow and he's out of a job, he goes, eh. By any chance, do I have Jamie's previous day rippers? I don't. Let me ask him. I'll take a look as well as that. So I just Mike, I just pinged Jamie in our Slack chat. So if he's around, he'll let me know. And if not, just email into support and we'll get it. How do I figure out a percentage to input on the percentage move down off VWAP scanner? Whatever percentage meets your written and tested trading plan. So I'll tell you what it means, right? If we go into VWAP. So this distance from VWAP is just that, what percentage you want it above or below VWAP. So for example, if I want it below VWAP, but I don't want it more than 3, let's say I want it below VWAP, but I don't want it any more than 3% below VWAP. I would put 0 as the max, so it's below VWAP, and I'd put -3 as the min, and then I'm saying, okay, it has to be under VWAP, but it can't be too far under VWAP. That's what it means. Now, what number you put in, again, it's you always start with your written and tested trading plan that you've got these parameters in, and then you go in and build a scan, right? Just make sure you don't do it the same way. So these are the scans, Mike, but he says these are updated with symbol lists each night. So these won't work for you, I don't think. You'll have to put, hold on. Let me try that again. There should be 2 of them. Yeah, there's 2 scans there, but I don't think they'll work for you because they have to, he builds the top list of what moved yesterday, and then we go from there. So it's a little bit more complicated than that. So he basically looks to build the symbol list and then points those at the symbol list. So you'll just have to do the same on your end. Does it keep alerting me the whole way down? Well, that's just one filter, so it depends on what else you've put into the alert window, right? It will alert you based off of everything. You got to remember that all of these things in your alert window have to be met. So if we use my example of -3 and 0, not only does this instance has to be met, but everything else has to be met, right? So if you only wanted stocks that were down below the VWAP, then yeah, it's going to show you all of them. That would, that would be untenable, right? There's just no way you'll be able to go through all those symbols, especially on a down day. Say in an up day, it might be kind of manageable, but on a down day, there's just no way you're going to be able to look at, there's 6,000 tradable securities. On a down day, 5,000 of those are probably going to be below VWAP. So again, this is why it's very important when you're building a scan. You've got your written and tested trading plan, and it says, I enter a stock because this happens, and I exit a stock when it does this, and I have all of these things mapped out, and then make sure you're bringing all of those into the scan. Because the point of a scan is it's a time saver, right? Simply put, it's not a trading plan. It's not a trading plan in and of itself. It's just not. But what it is, it's a way to find things that are on your trading plan quicker. So, if you're looking for stocks that are under VWAP, you need to go, you need to then just go through and say, okay, it's this thing that I care about, but it's also these other 5 things. Like when it's under VWAP, do you want to be alerted, right? This might be entirely up to you, but it might be something like, oh, I want it when the stock's making a new low. So maybe I'll pair this new low alert with under VWAP. Now, if a stock is making a new low, it's obviously under VWAP anyway. So that'd be a bit redundant. But the point is you have to have everything incorporated within the scan. Or you're just going to get inundated with data. And then it kind of defeats the purpose of the scan, which is to save you time. Okay, Mikey, that's good that you got that. He's explaining to me, it's kind of hard to stream and read what he's talking about, but he's just kind of saying he takes the top 35 symbols and then he dumps those into a symbol list, and then he goes from there, which is a lot of that symbol list feature, I think, is massive. So it's a lot of what I do when it comes to this strategy, for example, is all symbol list derived. It's a lot of what I do when it comes to both day trading and swing trading is I feed my scan symbol lists and I kind of go from there. It's a good way to do it because sometimes even when you're describing something very well, so again, like I was talking about, you have your trading plan that says, right, I want stocks that are doing this, 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 and this. Sometimes even if the stock is technically meeting everything you want, it still looks gross, which is why I kind of switched from fully auto trading just systems completely to each night I run a symbol list. I go through the stocks on the symbol list. I cut out anything that just looks junky. And then I input that symbol list into something to get traded the next day. Just to put that level of human eye of, okay, yes, the math works, but maybe it's ugly, right? Maybe it's a buyout stock. Maybe it's, there's could be any number of things that it potentially is. Like, I think this one I probably should have taken out. It's warrants. It's we talk about it all the time when we do webinars and stuff. It's the merging of man and machine is where can I make the machine make my life easier as opposed to just trying to replace everything totally with a machine. Yeah, I really wouldn't be shocked if this is about it today. Right, we had a little bit of chop yesterday, and then we're having an kind of inside bar today. I wouldn't be shocked if today ended as an inside bar. Now, in this market, I wouldn't be shocked if we did anything, but I would not be surprised if you're going to see an inside bar today, simply because we have, let me verify this, but I'm fairly certain it's the FOMC rate decision. Yeah. So tomorrow we've got uh, economic projections, FOMC statement, federal funds, press conference, all of that. So if you're day trading, what I always suggest on days like today, if you're a day trader, is you got to know that there's a massive, colossal event. Like this FOMC is way larger than what most people, than most of them, right? This is a huge one because this is the one that they're supposed to start raising rates on. And the question is, it's almost guaranteed based off the statistics that they're going to raise rates. So, well, the market has priced in the fact that they're going to raise rates. The question is it half a percent or a quarter percent? And then what are they going to talk about in the press conference, right? Are they going to say, okay, we raised them a bit, now we're going to chill? Or we say we're going to continue to raise them? Like, what's going to go on? So if you're having this massive event that's happening at 2:30 Eastern, then you've got to know that there's not going to be a lot of big institutions, hedge funds, that type of thing, that are going to be placing a lot of big bets before that. So there will be a lot, what I've noticed anyway, for FOMC day, the you get the splash in the morning, and then you get a super choppy afternoon, and then you get the FOMC craziness. So when I was day trading exclusively for a living, I was kind of like a scalper, more or less kind of like what Barry does now. But my policy for these Wednesdays would be, maybe trade the first half an hour, and then we go from there. So we trade that first half an hour, and then just leave for the day. I would just shut it down, walk away. Some people like to trade the FOMC craziness, and if you've got a trading plan for it, you're more than welcome to it. I just find it, you'll get a knee-jerk reaction up, followed by another knee-jerk reaction down, followed by another one up, and then maybe it will start to trend the way it wants to go for the rest of the day. And if you want to participate in that, you go right ahead. It's a lot of danger and a lot of stress for something that you're probably not going to get an insane return out of. It's because what you need to do is you need to interpret breaking news, and you need to interpret breaking news faster than an AI that has its data right to the connection, and then we can go from there as well. How can I code the lower Bollinger Band as a filter? Well, we have a position in Bollinger Bands. So let me tell you how that works. And I think that will probably, again, you can't really code just that specifically, but this might work. So the way you find anything in the system is just by typing, right? Go into the right click on whatever scan you want, go into search, and then go into, and just start typing within search terms. So here are the Bollinger Bands. Let's just say you're looking at daily. And here's the position, the Bollinger Band. So how this will work mathematically, right? Say you've got your bands, like that's the upper one, and then that's the lower one, which, those are just two standard deviations away from a 20-day moving average. Basically, if you're looking for price, and that's just going to represent price, if you want it at the low end, so you want it right near the low of the Bollinger Band, well, this position in filters, we call this 0, and then this will be 100. right? So 0% in range just means you're right at the lower Bollinger Band. 100% in range means you're at the upper Bollinger Band, right? 50, obviously right in the middle. So if you want things that are right at the lower Bollinger Band, you might put in, say 0 and 5 for min-max, and that will get you things that are in the lower end. Say you wanted something that's just directly under the low of the Bollinger Band, you would just go 0 and then, maybe -5. And that would show you stuff that's like hanging out right here in price. So that's how you'll kind of express that, where it is within inside the Bollinger Band. Same with the upper, right? If you want things that are at or near the upper, it would be, like 95, 100, or 95, 105. And that's a great way. I really like this filter, again, for people who trade Bollinger Bands. It's an interesting indicator. Again, it's not magic, right? I speak to John Bollinger quite frequently. The only thing he always gets triggered on is when people use it as a revision to the mean system, which it's not meant to be. It's meant to be a volatility, expansion, contraction metric, but there's some interesting things to be played with there of, are the Bollinger Bands like tighter than normal? Well, if they're tighter than normal, then maybe you can mean revert, right? Price is not mean reverting. That's why he hates it. If people say, oh, it's outside the Bollinger Band, buy. Well, you would have bought like right there, right? And gotten your ass kicked. But what it does a great job at, and this is kind of a lot of how I actually built this bull and bear flag scan, is to find things that are consolidating. Because generally speaking, again, it's revision to the mean or volatility reverts to the mean. So if, the Bollinger Bands are getting tight, then the odds of them opening back up becomes higher. So, oh, hey, I see you're there, Chris. You can start whenever. Yeah, we're just doing a little switch off now. Chris will help you out whenever we move over. This should only take a second. All right, so he is streaming. So again, if there's ever a problem with the switch over, just hit refresh and someone will be with you in a moment. Talk to you guys later.
Alrighty, looks like the video went well. Check the audio. And audio's good too. Perfect. No, Michael was just listening there on him going over Bollinger Bands. I was covering that the other day actually in the 3:30 session that I do, talking about how it's not meant to be used as a revision of the mean. Not that people don't do it and they don't have success, but it's meant to be more of a break of the band in the direction it breaks as an indicator. So filling in for Barry for a little bit here. He's tied up with something else. And that's that. So if you folks have any questions or anything like that, let me know. I'm just kind of sitting here doing some troubleshooting of some different items within here, our support, and just kind of watching these races. Not a whole lot going on for me again today. Really just taking it easy. So I was messing around. I came up with a new top list to run some races on here. That's not the top list I want. Where did I put that top list? There we go. So I've got this one here. just a simple topless. I was trying to find things that opened strong and then stayed strong. So, price between $4 and $30, change from close is 2%, had to have gapped up at least 0.75%. So what I mean is that, it gapped up and it still moved up after that gap. And then 150,000 on the volume shares traded today. So made that topless window today, just playing around with it a little bit. Ended up not paying as much attention as I wanted to with it, tasked with other stuff at the moment. And then I raced it like this. Let's see, I put, so running 3-minute races with 10 lanes, 1 minute RSI, and a delta value of the 1 minute RSI. So that's how I decided to do it. Unfortunately, doing some troubleshooting, I lost all my race results from the day. There was some okay alerts or some okay winners and things that were on the winners board here. Nothing setting the world on fire. And again, I think, everybody's kind of waiting for waiting for Fed Day tomorrow. We're sitting here on the SPY. We're at, 0.93 on relative volume, not even 50 million shares traded today on the SPY. And you can just see that, this one candle here. But aside from that, you really got the volume dropping off here into the afternoon. I'm sure, on close it will pick up like it always does, but I suspect it'll even be less today. I mean, look here, we can see, we've got this big volume on the close here and then declining, and this is less than that, even though it's more than this, but this less than that, and I suspect that today's close will be even less than yesterday. No guarantees on that, of course, but if trend is an indicator, that's what I would go with. Now I see a question. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, Mike C just filling in for Barry for a couple of minutes here. All right, if I want a 5 crossing below an 8 on the 1 minute, and then the 5 crossing above the 8 on a 2 minute, but I don't want to be alerted until both have happened, how would I do that? We don't really have a way to do that, Blue Moon. We don't do crosses great to start with. Pull up, bring over a new alert window. So if you want to go with default crosses, you're limited to when I can find them. You're limited to these ones here on the SMAs, and they all have a built-in volume confirmation in them that can't be taken out or ignored. So that's what you have, and these alerts all work independent of each other. This can't be a this happens and this happens type of thing. The alerts only work with the filters that are in there. So there's no way to really link an alert like that, unfortunately. The best workaround I could say is pick one of these alerts and then move to one of the SMA filters and stick that in there to see if that can get satisfied. So, I mean, you're looking at 1 minute. There, what do we offer here? So maybe do the 1 minute alert and then the 2 minute filter and make sure it's above the 2 minute filter. That would be my suggestion to you. Yeah, that's trying to think of other ways to work around that. That's really it, because you're looking for 2 alerts, but you can't do a dual alert like that in that sense. That's where my question about Bollinger Bands as a filter comes in. If I can only have one alert, how can I use the filter in order to meet a requirement? So will you just put the value of the filter above where you wanted that quote-unquote second alert, or where it would relate to that second alert best, just like what I'm describing here. So we don't have a we don't have a 1 minute SMA filter, all right, on the 8 minutes. 2 minutes would be the lowest time frame on the filter. So what I would say is, yeah, there it is, sorry. Use that filter, put whatever you think is a relatable minimum value to what you're looking for, put that in for the filter value with having the 1 minute alert selected. And I think that's going to be the closest Oh, okay, perfect. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, that's the direction I'd throw you in like that. So an interesting day before things got really busy for me here. I didn't even notice that the VXX had really spiked at all. I was busy with other stuff. I had no idea that this was going on whatsoever till it was probably around here or so. And Steve pointed out to Andy, then pointed out to the rest of us. And next thing you know, Jamie says, "Is VXX halted?" I'm like, "It can't be. I've never seen that before. I mean, I'm trading forever or anything, but I mean, I don't think I've seen that over the last few years. Maybe in COVID it was halted or something. I don't know." And lo and behold, yeah, it was halted on a limit up, and then a few minutes later, it was halted on a limit down. So that was pretty interesting today. I can't say I've ever seen that before. Just wacky, wacky market out here. So again, if anybody has questions, please fire those away for me here. Sorry, I'm messaging something that I'm seeing in this new build that we're trying to get ready to put out again. So let's see, HOLI, that was going on my races all morning long here. And then I guess Holly got into it. Looks like it turned out to be an okay Holly alert. She's still in it technically. No, she exited on a profit save. She got in at 15.56. I just got at 16.08. Okay, interesting. Risk on. She's still kind of moving up on that right there. Or, I guess we call it, what is it, moderate now. I'm still used to saying risk on and risk off with that. So that was a nice move here and kind of capturing what I was looking for with that race where, we got the gap up and we've continued to move up, although it could move down and would still show on this race until it broke below 2% change from close. So had me thinking, because I've seen a few of those do that today, and had me thinking when I retire for the evening from support and change the race around a little bit to see if I can show stocks that have continued to move up throughout the day. I don't want to see anything that's pulled back or pulled back too much. So trying to think of how I do that with maybe a position 15-minute range or change 5-minute filter, something like that. I'll play around with it a little bit. Just thoughts trying to find, trying to find strength in this weak market to the upside where things have, moved up, at least kind of held where it's moved up to, and trying to still push up from there. You can see, some of these races more populated than others. This one really hasn't had much going on. Even on the open, it's been kind of dead recently. This one, a little more action. But I'm also finding quite a bit of the action that's on these are, look at that. It's doing 7 and a third times its normal volume, but it's only traded 179,000 shares today. So not exactly what we would call liquid. Let's see, I have a default layout. Sometimes I want to open a new layout from the channel bar in a different window without getting rid of my default. How can I do this? So the way you could do that is to, you could create that default layout either as a docked set of windows, or you could create the channel as a docked set of windows, because you can only have one layout open at a time. So, the way around that is to create it as dock. So, for example, I have my default layout open right now. And if we go to new and dock channel bar, I can bring over a new dock channel bar and I could run it like that. So what you could do is you could take one of those layouts and put them all docked, put it all docked together, either whether it's a channel or not the channel. It's a docked channel that you want, you can do that. But we have the dock channel and the docked channel bar for various reasons that we do that. But you could take any of those channels that are in the undocked channel bar. You could take any of these, you could load that up and then start to dock those windows together. And that would be my workaround there for you. B-Fly. So like this is one here where, this was nice, but, we're kind of taking steps down here, and that right there, my friends, is a bear flag. And that right there, my friends, is a second bear flag. So I'm not interested to see that anymore. So I'd want to figure out a way to keep this off these races here. So I want to see this. Once this starts happening, and maybe that move down is okay. That second move down, not going to fly for me. But that is textbook bear flag right there. All right, perfect. Got that. And you're familiar with the docking? Yes, Gerald. Just want to make sure I don't want to throw you to the wind. Just say, hey, dock it, and then move on. If you're not familiar with docking, we can go over that, of course. TH. So like another one here, it's a nice looking intraday chart as far as that goes. I mean, that's real extended right there. But, again, 500,000 shares traded and it's doing 8 times its normal volume. Not quite that interested. Sorta, I can play with it. Let me go over, real quick here. We don't have anything else going on. I want to make sure that you understand what we're doing here. So it's just some random free floating windows that I've got going on here, right? Somewhere, hold on, let me find. Why? Oh, there it is. Sorry, it's popped on another screen. So we've got, we could do this with even just one window, but what I want to show is, all right, so let's say, these are windows from wherever we want to take them from, whether it's from the channel that you want to create your own dock of it so that you can do that, or not. What you can do is this: right click, and you're going to go duplicate into new dock window here, okay? And that, sorry, populated on another screen. Just want to size it so I can bring this over here. Alright, so here's this dock that populated in a new screen. It's got this scan here docked into it. And on the top here, I can give it a name. We're going to change the title. We're just going to call it test dock. Alright, we'll press OK. And now if we right click, we can see duplicate into test dock, and I can keep duplicating these windows all into this test dock here, all right? And then we can organize them in a minute, but you can get all the windows that we want in there, all right? And even though we're doing the same 2 windows, it'll apply to whatever 2 windows that you want, whether it's 4 windows or 8 windows, whatever it is. And so now they're all in here docked together, right? Get rid of this original here. And I want to set this back to where it belongs, somewhere here. All right, and now we can start to pull these docks here, right? We can organize them how we want. When you pull something from here, now it'll look like it's free floating, but I can put it right here like this, all right? And we can, organize this however we want. If you want something tabbed, behind something else, for example, you do it like that. So, we can go back and forth if I don't need to look at both of them at the same time. And then once we've done this here, we've got this dock. I can right click, all right, and I can go save or share to cloud, right? Yeah, right. I wouldn't be caught dead on that show. I'm sure Jim is wonderful to have lunch with, but I'd like to keep my integrity. So now we see when we go to save or share. Let me show that again. Right click at the top of the dock, save or share to cloud, okay? And now if we look here, you have all these items that are in the layout going on, but I have just the items that are in that dock that are checked. And we're gonna leave it as test dock, and we're gonna save that like that, all right? And so now I've saved that dock with those items in there. And if I close that right there like that, all right, now I still have my main layout open, and go file, load from cloud, there's test dock, right? And now I've loaded that dock with all those items in it with this layout open here. And that's how you can have multiple layouts open like that. Who knows? Jim's, I don't know if he sold it or not, but he had a restaurant in Brooklyn that's technically, if I hit no traffic, I could probably be there in like 25 minutes. But, so maybe I'll go down and have a non-alcoholic beer with Jim one day. But, I'm sorry, but when someone tells you to buy as many shares as DD as you can, and this is what the DD chart does after he tells you to do that, I'd prefer to keep my trader name off that radar. And I mean, anybody can have a bad call, but I don't know. Telling people to go buy as many shares as they can without any kind of thought behind risk or organizing or anything like that, I think that's very irresponsible to do. But, we all have bad days. It happens, I guess. EVEO, this has been on the races all day, but see, now it's on the races going back the wrong way for me, unfortunately. So again, this is what I want to try to avoid with this race. Once this is over, I don't want to, I want to see it, only above this level now, let's say. But I almost traded this one today. I just not feeling it since last Thursday. Something changed. I've taken a few scalps here and there. I didn't do anything today. But this second 5 break here on that 15-minute bar, I thought, so I don't want to manage the risk on this trade. I don't, where am I going to get hung up right here? And lo and behold, it wasn't that far off of there. And I thought, my risk to technically be all the way down to $4. It's not worth that. I could use the opening range, but I just didn't feel like it was a strong gap. It didn't warrant a shot at it. And Gerald, let me know if that helped, if that made sense on what I showed with the docking. I can go back over any of that if there's some other question you have relating to the docking. I feel like for me anyways, when I was first, the docking first came out, some of it was kind of intuitive to me, some wasn't, and it took me a little bit to get it. So I always want to try to help people get over those little humps that can throw you off on the docking function, because it's a great tool when you know how to use it. For me, it took me a little bit to get the hang of some of it. All right, perfect, Gerald. Odd. Come across one chart that shows, 100,000 shares traded or 190,000 shares traded, and actually the chart looks kind of put together, not all gappy. Then this one here's got, 427,000 shares traded. And look at the jumping and the gapping all in between that. Kind of funny how that works. Like look at this chart, looks actually much nicer overall with, just over 200,000 shares traded. It isn't gappy all over the place versus this thing here with double the amount of shares traded. Sorry, looking at some linking things that I have going on an issue. Surely someone must have a question. And don't call me Shirley. Noah. A lot of these charts, look at these charts, just beat down. SD Sandridge Energy. I'm well, Mike T. My day is been a busy day. Been a busy day here for me. Hopefully all is well on your end also. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. I figured that's what you meant, Mike. Yes, Barry. That's you? I'm guessing, Barry. Test. Ah, that's what we like to hear, Mike. That's what we like to hear. I always tell people, we have everybody has an agenda, trade ideas included, but our agenda only works if you're all making money. Yeah, well, that comes with the territory. Uncle Sam's always going to make sure they get a piece of it, and a large piece. This thing's just still going. I mean, not very liquid. I'm wondering, is the spread large on this thing? No, it's not a bad spread actually. I mean, 4 cents. That's easily workable. Wouldn't go chasing it here, up 25% at this point. But it was coming in my races early. Just hard to get excited about something when it's traded 50,000 shares on the day by 10 o'clock, let's say. I mean, 36% sounds about right. And from my experience in everything in life. Chad. Interesting. K-Web was really up today, wasn't it? I keep bashing on the K-Web. One of these days it'll prove me wrong and turn around. Today still seems like it's not the day. Let's see, K-Web, what do we do? We gapped down, reversed, and we're just slightly above yesterday's closing price at this point. So I think I saw Saudi Arabia is going to take yuan for oil payments possibly. Wonder what that did to the dollar index. FXI, what do you look like, FXI? Oof, no thanks. And I had a whole bunch of, I lost them now, but the bearish emerging markets were all over these races earlier. I don't do the EPS hack to keep out ETFs out of my races. I don't mind the ETFs coming in my races because it kind of gives me some direction. So again, this Chad here, while it's not exactly a liquid ETF, it's a China bear, and we can see here, gapped up. I suspect this is going to have to do more with the FXI than the K-Web. So gapped up, pulled back, making that check mark right there, just like the reverse of the FXI, where the the FXI gapped down, reversed, and now it's going this way. So complete inverse on that. What else is happening? Tan, are you getting slaughtered again today, Tan? Where are you? We talked about last week in the 3:30 sessions that I do how you had this kind of double engulfing bullish candle here, and then we went and we filled this gap essentially, and we moved back up. And so let's say it's Tuesday, Monday. So Friday I talked about if we couldn't hold above this level now, I said I like tan to retest lows, and that looks like what we're going to do on the tan. So it was short-lived for the solars. You get all this, news and oil spikes, and we got to go and alternative energy, and then everybody remembers, oh wait, we still don't have a good way to implement alternate energy, and there's no emerging countries or developing countries that are going with alternative energy. So it's kind of irrelevant when it comes to that stuff. We'll see. I mean, tries to put in this reversal here, and I'd like to see it be able to. I'd really like to see it close real strong, the tan, to have any interest in it still moving up. I mean, way off the all-time highs on that too. The trend is your friend, and so there's a triple top, pretty rare, and followed by higher lows. All right, right up until here, and we thought, all right, maybe we can pull back out of it. That would look like a double top, and a falling knife right there. So, part of me says, it was well timed, this relief rally with some news. Things can only go down so much before you gotta get at least a little relief rally, right? See what's gold and our friends in the commodity markets doing. So gold trying to reverse. The damages from yesterday, rejected the top of the body of this candle here. We'll see. RSP remains right in the middle of that range that has been in for over a year now, or about a year anyways. Yeah, I guess April last year is when we start this range back here, sometime in April. So we're right back in the middle of that range. Now, one thing I did note was this, and then Michael Noss pointed something out to me. Said the VXX, which is supposed to be kind of a fear index, and JETS are both up. That's kind of odd, because generally if this is happening, it means people don't want to travel, or there's going to be less travel, or anything like that. So I thought it was odd. But the actual VIX is down. It's actually down, the VIX, today. So this must have been some kind of rebalancing or something like that, and maybe some trickery with some kind of fund that was out there. However, if some fund was using this to try to fool people or pull something off, I don't think that ended well for them today, because to see a move like that and a limit up, and then a move like that and a limit down, anybody with a real leverage position in that, they'd have gotten liquidated more likely than not, and that's not good for funds. All the fun things that we look at in the market here. Also interesting, semiconductors. Yeah, I'd say it's more a relief rally than anything else. That's some ugly looking charts on the semiconductors. I'd say semiconductors want lower down to this level at this point. Well, it looks like Barry came in for a second, tested, and maybe lost that connection again. Again, I know I'm kind of just droning on. I can see I've bored about 15 to 20 of you into leaving the stream here. So, if folks have questions, the chart you want to look at. I mean, obviously not giving buy and sell recommendations. We could look at some charts if anybody has any interest and just thoughts on them. Here, the MDY or mid cap trust again. Range started back here. Now this is a year into this range, but keeps trying to poke down below this range here, and I'd say that's a pretty big deal. My eye kind of goes to, I'd say this level next. Almost touched it basically already. I know those lines aren't perfect, but pivot lines aren't perfect either. They're more zones than lines. But if people are curious, the RSP and the MDY, why I like to look at those is because they're evenly weighted versus cap weighted. So, we look at the SPY. Where are you? Where are you, SPY? Well, we'll just pull it up. You look at a SPY chart, that looks a lot less nice than the RSP chart does, actually. RSP doesn't look like we had nearly the sell-off that the SPY looks like we've had. There's the SPY. So that's why, it's the same 500 stocks. This is just cap weighted versus the SPY being market weighted. Versus the SPY being, versus the RSP being even weighted. So Facebook, what are you doing, Facebook? You're still dying. All right. Apple. Wasn't there some news about Apple yesterday? This is usually where someone chimes in. You should pay more attention to the news. No, that's okay. I think I'll skip it. See, that's a big deal right there. Below that line, Apple doesn't look too healthy. Back down to this 138 level, I'd say. It's a company that you believe in, could be a nice buying opportunity. When the COVID crash happened, is this the COVID crash here? Yeah. Andy made this unbelievable call, like almost at the bottom of Apple, essentially. He almost bought the bottom, essentially, in Apple, and watched it go on to rip. Now I don't know what portion of that move that he caught all of. It's hard to say when things were going on, and as soon as you got some significant bounce in anything you were in when this sell-off happened, I mean, it'd be hard not to take some of that. But when you got a company like this, that overall it's a healthy company, and you get these big pullbacks, if you're a believer in the story, worth a second look anyways for longer term stuff. I mean, it's a nice long term 2-year trend going on still. I'd say that trend is still intact for now. I mean, I wouldn't really say it's even a longer trend than that. It's kind of hard, this whole blip that happened there. I mean, imagine if someone was in a coma. They went in a coma here, and then they woke up here. I mean, just in it, they skipped 2.5 months or so. They'd have had no idea that this sell-off happened. They thought everything was normal, and it's not like that wasn't a really significant sell-off to be looking at. Amazon. That's the right ticker, right? Yeah, AMZN. So, interesting. Let's see, what was it? Earnings? When was Amazon earnings? I think it was somewhere back in here. I think this was when the earnings came out and this happened, and Amazon was going to save the market, and been a slow, steady bleed, and then they decided we're going to do a reverse split, and I'm sorry, do a split, not a reverse split. Do a split, and we're gonna buy back 10 billion, which is insane, a $10 billion buyback. But even that, back down low again. So I'd say, trend starts to look to the downside here on Amazon. Out Zoom. Woof. Talk about paying attention to trends. For those that want to be swing traders and things like that, buy and hold is lovely as long as you understand trends. I'd say time frame. Let's go to weekly to see this a little nicer this way. Even let's pretend for 1 second, you're able to identify trends well. All right, and let's say, significant moves been made here, and you decide somewhere in here you get in. And even if you got, let's say, from here, I don't know why I went to a highlighter. You got a piece of this trend from here to here. I mean, if you're really lucky, maybe you got some of that, all right? That's a great move to make, and this is on a weekly chart, so you're talking how many weeks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Let's say 17 to 22 weeks. If you could be in and out with a piece of that trend, a piece of that, following that trend, amazing. But things don't go up forever unless you're Warren Buffett. That's really it. And being on the wrong side of that trend, that's what happens. So I think that's where swing trading people get really caught up in that. The scans kind of return you the ideas, not kind of. Scans return you ideas, but then as a swing trader, you have to be able to identify trends on a longer period. For anybody interested in swing trading, if you're someone who's interested in swing trading, you should not have 5 and 15-minute charts up when identifying swing trading opportunities. I'd say even 30-minute charts are too little. You should be having weekly, daily, and maybe 60-minute charts up for those that are looking at swing trading opportunities. MR, NA, another good shot at this here. Now this, more news driven, but take the news out. Pretend you didn't know any of this news. I know, kind of hard, but when you start looking at these trends, and you start to see these violent moves here. When you see violent moves like that, that usually means a trend is coming to an end, and a reversal is more likely than not. So it's kind of CMT1 stuff here that we're doing. And I'll be honest, I have not really looked at anything too much in the Department of Long Term recently. Just no real interest in trying to get long and holding anything in this kind of choppy, not kind of, in this very choppy market right now. I'd love to see us, if we can get back to, I think this was a little bit overdone, that moonshot that we had coming out of COVID. But, we bounce, even if we come back down here for a little bit, and then start to make that move back up. I'd like to see that. Get some nice long-term buying opportunities that are in there. We really look at things again. Someone went to sleep here and they woke up here, they'd say, "Oh yeah, the market's down, 3% or 4%, something like that. No big deal. Not even a correction at this point. Completely missing out on that massive move. So it looked like there's a long-term trend intact from long-term trend intact from all the way from 2008 essentially. I'm betting is this, but that's, no, that can't be Brexit. What's that? 2008. Oh, it's 2018. All right, so that's the beginning of 2018. This is when the Fed was going to tighten in 2018 and reduce the balance sheet, and in the fall and the beginning of the winter of 2018, and the market said, "No, you're not." What's this mean? I'm not sure what you mean, Doodle. Kind of just talking about longer term trends and looking at longer term trends and identifying them, how to ride them. Interesting. Let's put up an indicator here. I want to see something. ADR. Let's add you. Above. Oh, Mike was just, expressing some appreciation from whatever we were going over. And, it said, glad that he's finding it useful. Oh, come on, don't be silly, charts. And then said, that this is, better than a day job, even with the high taxes that he's paying. That's what that was all referencing up there. So we're trying to readjust this, and ADX is something I'm kind of interested in these days. So ADX indicates trend strength, not trend direction. So that's what this black line is here. All right. And then RSI will indicate trend direction, generally speaking. And so look at this weekly RSI, here, that's off the COVID lows, and look at this trend direction, the strength of the trend right up through here. And look, ADX was signaling to us on this first pullback that looks like there's a change in trend strength, not direction. All right, but we can use the RSI to help try to confirm that trend direction here. And the more choppy that we get, like we've been, the more ADX will move down. Now, if we start to get a clear move down like this, and a trend direction, is established, you'll see ADX curl back up and start to move back up again. Because again, ADX tells us the strength of the trend, not the direction of the trend. So just something fun and new for anybody that does not already use ADX or not familiar with it. grab that chart. I want. Yeah, it's kind of interesting actually to have the ADX and the RSI together. I actually like that. And let's bring this back to a daily time frame. Take a look at it that way. So you can really see now. I would suspect that it wouldn't take too many more down days overall to watch this ADX start to move up. See, when you've got this RSI really chopping like that, all right, you can't really pick a direction. But you know, we can do technical analysis on indicators themselves. So that's kind of interesting on that RSI right there. It's a slow, steady grind out. What really has the ADX, you know, moving down like that is, you know, we get this move down, we get this move up. We get a move back down, we get a move back up. We get a move back down, we get a move back up. Get a real big move back down, get a real big move back up. Get a move back down, get a move back up. And so while the trend is moving that way overall, it's not a strong trend. Even monthly, we see it's even less that move in trend strength. Oh, don't tell me that there's a bug with that. And again, if anybody's got any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I will be pulling a Barry, putting myself on mute in a couple of minutes. We have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock today that I have to attend. And there's a message from the man himself. It's gonna be a while. So you folks are stuck with me. Alright, let's mess around. Let's start building something and we'll see what happens. I'm going to build a top list. So even I go to the help window here to make sure I get this right. So for those that are wondering, here we go. Here's your ADX definition. Interesting. Okay. So less than 25 means we're choppy. Values between 30 and 50, strong. Alright, alright. Let's add that filter. Let's give it a 31. Let's just see what happens. What does that look like? us a interesting look there. Columns. Let's put the ADX column in here and take a look at the values. And I don't care what the change from open is on this. That looks good. So not as strong a trend here. Much stronger trend here, and that trend does look stronger, right? Very interesting. Some of the stronger looking trend charts are all down. Kweb. I'm aware of MACD's relationship with ADX, but not as far as pinch plays go. Mike C. Just the yeah, yep, just the relationship between MACD and ADX. I'll be honest, I never looked or really paid any attention to MACD until I came across that in the chapters of the CMT text. And not that I'm paying attention to it now, but I at least understand what moving average convergence divergence means, finally. Interesting, bunch of bonds on here. More bonds, more bonds. Bond market don't look too healthy from a lot of these here. Ha! No, that's not what will happen. No, the CMT just give me a fancy title. That's all. I did it for a multitude of reasons. One is, never stop learning. So just decided that, quite a bit what I've taken from trading over the years, especially some of the more recent things that I've adopted into my trading and chart reading, was from CMTs. So I figured, why not go to the source itself? I think CMT in general is focused more on long-term stuff, and while yes, I'd like to be able to short-term trade, whether it's day trading or 1, 2, 3, 4 day swing holds and things like that. I'd like to be able to identify larger trends and ride them for longer periods. And the CMT is a lot more focused. Basically, at least for the level 1 curriculum of the CMT, it's all about trends, identifying trends and riding them. I mean, everything in CMT 1 is based around Dow theory, essentially. Then the other part of it is because I don't have if I have my way, I'll never leave trade ideas. I mean, I don't see any reason for. And with Michael having his CMT and in a few years me having mine, that'll give us, I think, a lot more power at, everywhere that we go is, having multiple CMTs here with trade ideas. PPO, I don't feel like I went over PPO in the curriculum yet. Maybe I did. The thing with MACD2 is that I think a lot of people don't like is it's unbounded. So I find a lot of people don't care for unbounded oscillators, or at least they seem to be less popular among a lot of traders or longer term traders. So, all right, everybody, looks like I'm gonna be putting myself on mute here in a second. So, all right, everybody, I'm gonna throw myself on mute here. I'll put up a notepad saying that. I'm still watching the chat, if anything, though.
Really. Gap down and reverse. So this is another one. So I'm assuming energy is still kind of rocking. Look at this PTCO. PTCO. Is this a buyout of some sort? What happened with this PTCO? I'm just looking up here in the comparisons. I miss you guys. All right, I'm just looking at yeah, the CP&G. It's funny. I did take that short, and I was racing up and down. I had internet was interrupted a couple of times, but didn't get out quite at the bottom here. But did okay on the CP&G short. I'm hearing SONM, SONM over and over again. What did this one end up doing? All right, so some volume. Well, the volume, of course, today, 50 million shares. SONM, as Zach pointed out a long time ago, and I think I flashed it up here, something to do with Microsoft, integrates walkie-talkie in Microsoft Teams, okay? So that is their big. Okay, let's take a look at the bouncers. No, that's still, wow, that was a great bounce. 14.13, now 15.42 SST. And the ANIP, 24.65, yeah, wow. ARNC, 22.53. Okay, so this hasn't bounced yet, so maybe there is time for me. This hasn't bounced yet. ARNC. Some great bouncers today, man. Really good bouncers today. I don't know about the topping. I think some of the toppers, the China stocks early. But yeah, that ARNC, I can see why you're waiting. 22.53. I mean, it's got some room. 23.15 would be, wow, if we get up there. So I'm going to keep watching this one. ARNC. See if there's any real reason why it's down other than Arcana. Well, okay, so that's on the 10th. So they had some contracts in Russia. So that, of course, is one of the reasons why it was down earlier. I'm just looking at a March 10th headline, which is right here. All right, next on the list is IoT. IoT, all-time low. Boy, it's tough to try to play a bounce on these all-time lows, though. But IoT, all-time low. Again, guys, I'm just looking at Zach's bouncers and toppers right here. Whoa, look at big C, big lots. Look at this one. It just popped up. I know it popped up in your scanner too, Zach. Would have been impossible to get it up here. Actually, the alert was at 34.22 and it just raced right through all the way up to 34 something, 70 or so. Yeah, look, I mean, that is too big of a jump for it not to be something. Look at hour. I know somebody mentioned hour a lot earlier, and I mean, I'm talking about maybe at the start of the day. Look at hour. I mean, had a nice, interesting day yesterday. Good day so far today, and it is now halted. Another crazy low float, and that is hour. Yeah, Denver. Yeah, I'm just reading your post now. Just want to check to see if those guys can hear me in YouTube. Can you guys hear me in YouTube? Just make sure. I see you in there, Mike, and Blue Moon, and maybe Perfect Circle still there. I may have been disconnected from that. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, I do see, now I should be okay. You guys on YouTube, I think you can hear me. I had a different, okay. I can now see your post, though. I think that was the issue. I couldn't see anybody was answering me. So now I can see. I had to restore something. Okay, give me a moment here as I resize something again. Thank you, Leaf. Yeah, Kevin. So it doesn't work like that. I used to think it worked like that also. You have to go and help. I know what you're talking about. You're maybe wanting a bottoming tail that is, the body is maybe 25% and the tail is 75%. That's not what those were. You can't do it. It is not what those percentages refer to. If we right click and go to, let's just type in bottoming as an example. So bottoming tail. Help, and there would be a percentage. Usually there's a percentage beside, yeah, percent. Yeah, the percent just refers to how well the pattern, how good the pattern actually is. Okay, so 100% would be the absolute ideal. You'll never get any alerts. So yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to do what you want to do. Okay, I know what you want to do. There's just no way to do it. To say, okay, I want the body to be 25% and the tail to be the 75%. Meanwhile, let's take a look at hour. Hour is still halted. 217.34, 223.34, 222. Sorry. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open in just less than a minute. Meanwhile, yeah, SONM. And it is a low float. Came all the way from pennies, 58 cents. Well, the interesting day will also be tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be hard to top 80%, but the interesting day will be tomorrow. I'm going to back this monthly chart out. Let's take a look left. So the next high looking left is $1.50. I mean, will this euphoria, okay, will this last? All right, or hour just opened. Yeah, and your scan's telling me to sell, sell, sell hour, but I can't. Yeah, see, look at this ion. I actually, I really wanted to short this one. I'm a little adverse to taking those bounce plays. I don't, you may be the same, Zach, when they're making all-time lows. I mean, you really have to be careful, in my opinion. Boy, I looked at that and I said, man, another one making an all-time low. Now, it might, it might bounce at some point, of course, but how's the ARNC doing? Not bouncing yet. I might want to stick an alert, around that 2262 mark, and see if it takes this out right up here, and maybe it can kind of get up to that 23 level. What is VCNX doing? I don't know. What is it doing? Let's take a look. Yeah, well, I mean, it's got a ton of resistance, in my opinion, not that far away. It's an earnings play. It'll be an earnings play tomorrow. Sorry, so it's an earnings play tomorrow. So maybe there's a little enthusiasm ahead of earnings. That's all. But it looks like there's a ton of resistance around $1.50. Well, it's an earnings play tomorrow. Okay, we have March 16th pre-market. So again, it might be just okay. A bit of exuberance ahead of its earnings, and you know me, I'll never ever hold something through earnings, especially one of these ones. Wow, hour is well, you can count your lucky stars. I mean, if you were trying to short here at 4 and 412, and unless you really had some. Wow, look at big. Yeah, big is romping now, and this is shortable for me. Okay, at Interactive Brokers. Looking left on that daily chart, what do we see? 36.64. So about $1.40 until it hits that next high. A lot of volume coming in. And yes, as Zach pointed out, I've got that same Mill Road Capital shows an increased stake. 5.1% stake in big lots. Don't tell me E-Trade had shorts for hour. Really? That's it. I'm because that's another one that you had and I didn't have it at IB, so I guess I'm going to switch over to E-Trade. And of course I kid. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my little thumbnails. So I see 9 actually had an interesting little move. I guess energy. What is XLE doing? XLE, what is it doing? Yeah, it's kind of tailing off. Yeah, big, big, big. Boy, you're shorting it. Well, I'm sure you're going to be eventually rewarded, but right now, coming into that big resistance area, 38.35. Looks like a couple of highs right there. Well, this is making a new high after a new high right here. So what did it get to? It got to 37.86, and what's the high right there? Sorry, this got to what? 37.86, and the high here is 37.70, and then the next high is 38.07, and the next high is 38. So right in this area. Now it's already fallen quite a bit. Well, this did finally bounce, guys. I don't know if you took this one, Zach, but that the original alert was at 13.09. It got down to 12.55, and that's a heck of a bounce. But where's that ARNC? It's the ARNC that really interests me because certainly it's on an all-time low, so it's not. You don't have to worry about that. You pass it? Okay. Yeah, I just had a tough time figuring out where I would take that. Well, I'm going to stick with this ARNC. I am going to stick with it. Boy, Jets just could not hold it, right? I mean, take a look at some of the individual airlines, UAL. Really cool. I like it, Zach. I like it. Starting November 2023. So that means we'll go, okay, November 2023. Wait a minute. We're only 2022, right? Why not do it? Why not do it now? What's the? That means Canada will fall suit. I mean, there's no way we won't. And unanimously, you know, it's a crazy thing, you guys down there. It's the only thing you can agree on in a unanimous way. That to me is funny. You know what I was thinking this morning? It's, you know, of course, Canada's on the metric system, and I was thinking, what if there was a bill to introduce the United States into the metric system? What would that be like? More. I don't recall that you guys ever tried the metric system. Well, You didn't take A, R, and C, but I did, and I'm going to see if I can just scalp out some of this. This is turning out to a nice little play. Why didn't you like it? I'm going to pick Zach's brain. Why did you not like A, R, and C? I mean, I took it, and I mean, lovely if it got up to 23, but a 1 minute chart. Not going to. Doesn't matter. I'm in this one. I'm intrigued though because I looked at this area right around here as being a classic to take it. Anyway, we'll see how far up it gets. I was thinking 23 would be the fantasy area. I'm loving it. Nothing like it's really weird, guys, when you you get disjointed. Come back into the trade. I come back into the trading room and trying to regroup myself about trading after spending a couple hours with the gentleman. So I'm glad the ARNC has just turned out to be a nice little trade. Boy, big is just still ripping here, guys. That is through those levels right there now. The next high is 39.81. 39.81. So that's another, but a little over $1 away from that next high. Yeah, this is the one I tried to short a long time ago, EVLV, and I just didn't get the fill. It's lots of shares available, but that uptick rule kind of nailed me. Waiting on the next one from your bouncers. Robbie, maybe. Reading somebody in YouTube. Maybe. I mean, listen, at some point, okay, guys, I'm all out of the ARNC. It was kind of a quick scalp, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, look at the big now. Depends how much you added and all. So the SPY has been just kind of a little bit choppy, but doesn't look like we're going to get a sell-off today. Boy, the play today really was taking the bounces on the energy plays. That was the play. Is it 14:36 Eastern time? The answer is yes, Phil. You must be in, what, Europe somewhere? But it is 14:36, or well, yeah, 2:36 for us non-military types. Yeah, it changed Saturday night. Yeah, Saturday night. Sunday morning at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yes, that's when it changed. Clocks went forward. It is leaf blower day. Yes, you're right. So, guys, to make up for the lost time, I will stay on the mic until 3:30, and then Chris will take over in the YouTube room at 3:30 to 4:30. Actually, waiting on Big to see if it takes out 38 in a big way. In a big way, no pun intended, but yeah, in a big way. That get me into into the short along with the rest of you guys, if that's what you're doing. Seeing that right there. I mean, look at that. 38 takes that out. Has a shot to get to 36.73, but it popped up so far. Briefly popped up. Briefly popped up. All right, I'm going to set an order down here and see what happens. In fact, let me demonstrate something you can do. I'm just going to, 200 shares, I'm going to put, let's see, 37.90. Just show you how you can do stuff like this in the simulator, 37.90, okay? Let's say I wanted to take this trade. If it moved down to 37.90, I wanted to short it, okay? I click the sell button. Okay, you're going to see a red line is going to appear on the chart. A red line will appear on the chart. There we go. Okay, so if it goes down to 37.90, whoops, it went right through it though. Okay, so you see it took the short. Do you see how that worked, guys? How you can take a conditional trade. A conditional trade, in other words, you want to set a certain price and you want to take the trade at a certain price, either below if you're going to short or, well, even if you want to take on a pullback. The music just died on me. Not the music on mine. I have to make sure my sound alerts are still working. Give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment here. Something's gone wrong with my But big is working. Big, 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 big. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. What's going on here? All right, back. All right, guys, big is working. I know it's working for you guys at a lot higher level, but you know, I wanted to take it. Well, basically where I was putting this conditional, just to show you how you can do it. I'm waiting for a 38 break. You know, I've traded, wow, it's come right back up. Traded some out. Don't know what. I was hoping it would go down even further, but all right, so this is the area for big right there. I mean, there's looks like pretty good support around 36.73, so about a little less than $1 away. That would be a great area that it could get to. If it can get to there, then it can obviously keep falling, but yeah, you too, William. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again for all your help, and especially your most important task, letting me know when the market opens within a minute. That's your one thing to do. All right, guys. So let's take a look at the 15-minute chart. That looks like it probably corresponds a little bit to like the 2-minute. 36.79, and the answer is yes. So there's the bottom of that. And I'm, you know, listen, if it takes that out, look out below for big. Now keep an eye on KWeb, guys. So the China stocks, my guess, a lot of the China stocks are starting to move. Woo. 36, 37 now, taking out 37. So just to show you what you can do is, if I want to get out of this trade, I just highlight the trade and I flatten it, okay? Just want to demonstrate how you do this. This is all in the simulator. So practice trading, you know, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Oh, now, again. Did we dare it again? That, yeah, no way, I don't think you could have got that top. I mean, that was up and down just like that. Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, listen, It got to that area that I thought may hold it. It got right to the area. It got down to 36.92, and the low right there is 36.85 or so, 81. We were looking at right here. You see how close that got to the support area, and it bounced. So I'm out of the trade now. Now, if it takes this out, 36.79 possibility, I will get back into it. Okay, I see crude is still just a little bit under a 100 in Brent, and WTI is 96, so still under 100. Be really, really interesting to see what happens tomorrow with crude. Okay, so Blue Moon Trading, the question in our YouTube room was, is there a way to filter out SPACs and ETFs? Okay, now, I don't know if this is a complete list of SPACs, but if you right click, configure, symbol lists, this is the first one, symbol lists, okay. Add existing list, okay. One of them should be SPACs. If you scroll down enough, you should see SPACs somewhere. All SPACs, okay. Now, I don't know, somebody is, not me, okay, somebody is responsible for updating this, so I cannot guarantee that there's no possible way that you're going to see a SPAC, okay? But if you click on the all SPACs, and then it shows up here, okay, right up here, and then you say exclude the following list, all SPACs, as an example. So before I go and tell you about ETFs, did you understand what I just did, Blue Moon? I can go over it again if I went too quickly. So again, just go to an alert window or a top list window, right click, configure, go to symbol lists, click on add existing lists, unless it's over here already, but I'm sure it won't be. Okay, you did it, great. Now the other one, this is a little hack to prevent ETFs. I have a lot of them on my, let me see if I got one here. No. Interesting. Wow, crazy. Okay, well, this is what you do. Okay, if you go to your alert window or your top list window, okay, and you right click, configure, and then search on earnings or EPS, okay, search on EPS, and then click on add the filter, and in the minimum put something like 0.001, and in the max put minus 0.001, okay? And what that'll do is, because ETFs obviously don't have earnings, you'll be blocked from seeing ETFs. Okay, and if you want that as part of, every time you create a top list window or an alert window, just save that. You can always save an alert window or a top list window with most of the things that you want, maybe columns, and maybe there are certain filters you always want. Maybe you always just want to look at a certain price range, minimum volume, etc. That EPS hack, then just save it as a default, okay? Right click save as default. Then the next time you create an alert window or a top list window, most of the things that you want to see in all your windows will be there. You don't have to do it over and over again. But the big thing is the EPS, okay? So you can add EPS. Okay, Blue Moon, did that work? Oh, okay, great. Now, the only caveat is this. Every now and then, and what we've noticed in, say, an Israeli stock, I'm just picking on that one because we've noticed that sometimes when you use that, it blocks stocks every now and then. You know, for some reason it seemed to be doing that to some Israeli stocks. Okay, and I don't know why. It might be different. I really I have no answer for that. So as long as you don't scream and yell at me or trade ideas and say, hey, how come I'm not seeing this one? You know, and you've got that EPS filter in there, that could be the reason. Ooh, getting close to my reshorting level for big. Bit of a spread, 83.9. It's okay. It's not too bad right now. Right there, I mean, takes out that 80, gets into the mid 70s. I'm probably back in it. Well, you'd be amazed how many emails we get for something like that. I'm sort of kidding, Blue Moon, but I mean, how come I'm not seeing this stock? It meets all the filter requirements, and it's just one of those vagaries sometimes where you have that earnings hack, and it prevents a stock from showing up. So let's do it again, okay? I'll just show you how you do this again. I'm going to take 300 shares again. I'll put it down at 36.71, okay? So if it goes down to 36.71, it'll take the trade. I'm going to short it. Just click the sell button. So again, if you're shy about shorting, you can practice in our simulator. Okay, it's just a matter of clicking, you know, you can get into the trade immediately, of course, but you just click on the sell button, now you're in a short. The only thing I would, you know, if you're going to do this, I mean, for real, like for when I say for real, like practice in the simulator, but you know, make it as close to real conditions as possible. Make sure your broker has shorts available. Now, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, and it's easy enough to find out how many or if shorts are available with Interactive Brokers. Other brokerage platforms, I can't help you. Torps, I haven't seen you for a while. Is that right? I haven't seen you for a while, I don't think. Well, I'll tell you, this Nielsen looking interesting right here. I know you said you wouldn't touch it, but boy, it looks really interesting. You got these big topping tails. Sellers knocked it down. Was it was it today the day for the spot for the minutes and all that? Because I wasn't around for that, but looks like obviously they whatever if it, oh, it is tomorrow. Thank you. Okay. All right, so it took the trade. You can see it took the trade in the simulator. Ooh. Just waiting, waiting, waiting. All right, there we go, guys. There we go. It said I would take this trade down in the, well, basically where the simulator did it. Now let's see if it can get down to Zach's target of 36.20. Now get out of this trade again, flatten it, show you how you can do this. Yeah, definitely a SPY breakout. Nice day today, guys. Dow's way up. Nas is up, no disconnect at all. Let's take a look at the sectors now. New Doc Channel bar, sector status, and we will see probably 100%. We're very close, yeah, 90% still of the energy stocks, even though they've had a bit of a run. I think what I might do, I'm going to ask the guys to do something on this. I think we should have the change from the open column. And then we can sort on that one also. Let me just ask Andy. Give me a moment. I mean, I know we could do it on our own, just create a channel out of this, but I want to see if we can just add that. The reason being is that, a lot of these, I mean, I know that there's been some energy plays that are just moving higher all day, but they're still below yesterday's close. So I'd rather see the change from the open in these things. All right, Zach, big check mark for you. 36.20. Yeah, you can do it on a blue collar. You can do it using a custom formula. Okay, the percent from the high of the day. I mean, because the so have you created a custom formula before? Okay. Well, okay. First of all, if you go to go to a user guide, and first of all, so it'll show you how to create in general custom formulas. Okay, I'm going to show you the data points you can use. So if we go to the user guide, give me a moment, or yeah, you go to the user guide. It's a little more complete. I have a script. But if you go to the user guide, I should get rid of the check mark. So go to the user guide and go to the education section. Sorry, go to the education section first and then go to the user guide. Click here. Click on the user guide. And where it says custom formulas, okay? Now, I haven't looked at this. Let me just see what it says here. I want to see if they actually have the... Yeah, I know it looks very complicated. It really isn't. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it really simple for you. I mean, this is in depth. I'm going to make it simpler for you, perhaps. So again, Don, keep saying no available shares to short. Maybe on your broker, but you know, DWAC, there are shares at Interactive Brokers. So it depends on the. Just give me a moment, okay? Create a custom formula. Okay, this is at a glance, okay? I'm going to put it in the tech support area, okay? Blue collar in the tech support area, so I don't jam up the other ones, okay? So if you click on that, then it's going to give you a really quick way on how you create custom formulas, okay? Now, here are the data points that you're looking for. Hopefully you've got some mathematical skills. Just give me a moment. Okay, I am going to put this in, again, tech support, okay? This is the page you want to take a look at, okay? This is the formula editor page. This is what it looks like. If you scroll down, keep scrolling, okay? So price this is the formula to use, okay? It does say last also, don't type it. But that's the formula, that is the current price, okay? That is the current price. And then the high is where? Where are you? Okay, so there is today's high, T_high. So these are the formulas to use. So you can create the combination, obviously today's high minus the current price, create probably divided by the price, times 100 if you want to give you a percent, okay? But I'll leave that up to you. These are the data points. T_high is the high of the day, today's high, and price is the current price, okay? So you combine them in the way in which you want and that'll give you. Then you can have a little custom formula. You can add it as a column to show you exactly how far, what percent a stock is below today's high. Okay. Oops, forgot to get rid of that. It's T underscore high, okay? It has to be exact. It's T underscore high, not just T space high. It's T underscore high. So it has to be exact. It's like any other computer program, right? I mean, it's got to be exact. Wherever I posted that link. Okay, okay. Yep, you can use that as a filter. That's the usual reason for people creating custom formulas. Once you create the custom formula, then it gets added, like I'll show you. Oops. Oh, I'm on another. Okay. It just gets added. It'll start, if you've never done one before, it'll start off with U0. I don't know why. I never understand why it's not in alpha. Well, sort of it is in numerical, but it'll start off with U0. Okay. And then it's just a filter. Just like a normal filter with a min and a max. This is an advanced topic. Most of our customers, I would say, maybe only 1 or 2% of our customers actually use custom formulas, but it is there. So once you create it, it'll just be added. And, you know, as I say in the little script, give it a name that makes sense, because you can search on it. So if I wanted to search, you know, I see amount. So there it is, amount traded in dollar. I don't even remember what this is. Okay, I'd have to go and see what the formula is. Oh, I know what this is. This, you know, this is something that we get a lot of. You know, what was the dollar amount that a stock traded? Okay, so what we do is we take the VWAP times the volume. The VWAP, of course, is the average price. Okay, and then we times the volume, and that'll give you know, maybe not absolutely to the penny, but that'll tell you how much, you know, how many dollars a stock actually traded today. I used to do all this stuff, you know. I used to back test. I used to create lots of custom formulas. I don't do any of that anymore. TI office hours with trade ideas. What's today? Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, so that's next week. I mean, these are all live if you attend it live, but it is recorded too. So I mean, all the webinar is just the webinars. One of them is called office hours, I guess. That's a holdout. So those are the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday webinars. So for instance, tomorrow is the Q&A with Dan and Brad. That's what it's called, tomorrow's webinar. So if you attend it, it's live if you attend it live. Otherwise, you can just sign up for it and then it gets emailed to you. Yeah, I mean, for some people, the odds maker is still a big thing. I mean, we call it now the back tester. But yeah, for some people, it is still a big thing. Not for me anymore. It takes a long time. That I don't know. Premiering now with Jamie live. Um, Unless there's something going on that I'm not aware of. Then I just type something in. I'll answer your question in a second, Jamie or Joey. Maybe they're doing something different. I'm not aware of it. I've just asked Jamie if he's doing anything. Yeah. Now, do I pay? Yeah, absolutely. I love unfilled gaps for the next day. That's why you always hear me talk about most of the things that I always see are near the high or the low of the day. So that's why you'll always hear me say, I'm looking left, looking left, looking left. I want to see where the next high is. If I don't see anything, say on a daily chart, because I don't want to stretch it out, I go to a weekly chart, I go to a monthly chart. I love seeing big gaps. Okay? No, I don't think so. Perfect. I don't. I'm just asking Jamie. He's going to say what? But office hours is not office hours. Is usually the one with I thought Steve or Andy. So I don't think there's anything on right now. Steve is hosting something right now. Really? Okay. I'm the last to know. Just give me a moment here. I'll answer your question in Robert just in a second. Yeah, there's nothing. It must be recorded then, Pepe. I'm just talking to Steve. He's saying I'm about to eat lunch. There's nothing as I know that is live. I'm the only person right now that is live. Okay. Okay, who asked the question? Somebody asked a question about seeing something in the pre-market. I can't see where you are. Yeah, it's not live though, Perfect Circle. It's not live. You must be looking at something as a webinar of some sort. So it's not live. Shoot, somebody asked a question. I thought they said, oh, here we go, Roberg. So your sector top list window, so this is something that you created, Roberg? Sorry, guys. Okay. Interface trading for standard membership only for premium. Okay, so no, as long as you don't want to auto trade. If you don't want to auto trade, then the standard membership is fine. Okay, using interactive brokers. If you want to auto trade, which I don't agree with, if you want to auto trade, you need a premium service. Okay. So if you don't, if you don't want to if you don't care about auto trading, then our standard service is fine, linked to interactive brokers. Oh, from my list, from my list. What list are you talking about, though? Are you talking about like, what list are you talking about? Sector top list window. Sector top list window. You're not talking about the status. Oh, okay. Well, it works in the pre-market. It does work in the pre-market. Okay, now I understand. You're talking about the sector status? This one? Okay, no, it works in the pre-market. Okay? If you're here, I remember I open the room at 9, and around 9:15 before the market opens, we take a look at this just to see, get a feeling for what might be going on. So this works in the pre-market. What version of Trade Ideas are you on? The reason is, do me a favor. If you right-click on any one of them, old one. Well, that's the reason, because I think the old one had the relative volume filter in. Okay, and so we took it out with the newer version. So that's got to be the reason. The other reason could be if you click on time frame, right click time frame, and maybe yours is checked live during market hours as opposed to live always. Exactly, on hell. I don't think it is not profitable. No, I don't think it's profitable. I think that using the AI even. I mean, we're we're totally against it. Now, I'm not, listen, if you have your own strategy and you want to auto trade your own strategy and you back tested it and you think it works, hey, go for it. But other than that, that's it. Hallelujah. Okay. I would get on the new version, Robert. The new version is fine now. I mean, I don't know if you're not on it because charts weren't loading quickly. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I would absolutely get onto the new version of Trade Ideas, okay? Yeah, so Dano, again, Trade Ideas is a scanner, okay? It's a scanner. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, all right? This window that you see here, that we call Brokerage Plus, if you want to use this window, you need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? But it's, even if you had an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this window. It's a feature if you happen to have an IB or E-Trade account, okay? But we, I mean, I don't use it. I mean, I trade manually from within IB because I show how you use it in the simulator. So I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade actually my account. If I weren't, if I weren't doing what I was doing, I probably would use it. Yeah, so Chris is going to take over from me in about 6 minutes in the YouTube room, and he has probably a much better idea. I just don't agree with auto trading. I mean, first of all, this is the revamped look of the AI. Okay, now you might look at that and go, hey, wait a minute, I have the AI. I have more trades than this. Yeah, there are more. And if you take out, so here are the rest of them. Okay, now some days it'll be even more full. What we're doing now is we just want people to concentrate on the ones that are profitable. Now you might say, well, that doesn't make sense, and then all you're doing is cherry picking. You're sort of absolutely correct. Using the AI like a watch list though, and only focusing on the ones that are working, to me is a way better way to use it. The AI is not infallible. You're going to get alerts that don't necessarily work. So if you just concentrate on the ones that actually work and follow them all day long, you'll be a lot more profitable in my opinion. That goes completely in against the grain of saying, yeah, but I want to auto trade the AI. That means you're going to have to take every trade. No, okay. That's so I would only be, and it's the same thing with the watch list. If you have your own watch list, not every single stock is going to be something you want to watch, right? So you'd only want to be seeing, like, these are ideas, right? All these are ideas. Doesn't mean that every single idea in here is okay, take the trade right now. A little bit of an analysis goes into it. The AI alerts are not. People get hung up on, man, I got an alert at 35.01 to short this, and now it's at 34.90, and it's 11 cents away. Therefore, I can't do it. Of course not. These are not designed. These are not designed for scalping. So for me, and I've been trading for a few years, I never take a trade unless I click on the alert, check out the chart quickly, what is the market doing, and then I can make my mind. Now, I've been trading for a few years, so I can kind of size this up for pretty quickly, but I'm never, ever, ever just going to take a trade in auto fashion without knowing what's going on. How much, is that trade close to the 200-day moving average? Is there room looking left? What's the market doing? What's the sector doing? And all this can be really, you can size this up pretty quickly. So Chris may have a completely different take on it, but that's my whole take on it. So we like to talk about the man and machine. Okay, the machine is going to automatically give you the ideas. You don't have to do anything, and then you, as the person, manages them. You ready? Okay, what time is it? 3:27. Okay, Chris, let me just, before I'll probably go a little bit longer in the main room just because I had to cut short a lot today. So let me just put the YouTube link in. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in. In fact, I'll shut down now. Chris is in the YouTube room right now. So here is the YouTube link. Chris is there right now, and he'll be there until 4:30. So I will shut the main room down now. Okay, let me just get my script together. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, DMAC, I'll never change. In that regard, I'll never change in terms of the auto trading and all. Hey, listen, if I thought auto trading was the way to go after all the years I've been trading, you don't think I'd be doing it? Of course I would be. Okay, Chris, just give me 1 second and I'll shut the room down. Okay, guys, Again, I appreciate your patience. I know I was gone for about a couple hours, an hour and a half or so. Appreciate your patience. I'll shut the room down now. And have a great, I'll open it tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, Chris, I'll stop streaming now.
All right, video transfer looks good. Just checking my audio here real quick. All right, there it is. A little delay on my audio coming in. All right, so I know there are people curious about, automating Holly and all that. Here's the deal with Holly, and I'll give you my personal thoughts, and I'll give you the market mechanic thoughts for afterwards. My personal thoughts are this. If you're looking to automate strategies, it should be a strategy you created based on your trading style and your risk parameter. Holly is not that, since none of you created her, and that's just how I believe it should be treated. Going into what Barry said, I think Holly is great to look at, use her as a watch list. But for example, I don't like to trade stocks that are over $50, and generally speaking, and really I don't like to go over 40, to be honest. All right. So here's, one, two trades right there, and it's just not in my wheelhouse for whatever reason. That's what I like. All right. There are people that will trade stocks from probably $1 to $1,000, but I think those people are very few and far in between. People have their kind of comfort level in the areas that they want to trade. So now you're going to take your comfort level and go outside of that, go outside of your regular rules and things like that. The next part is surely trading is hard, automation's harder. And here's where automation gets harder. Now with Holly, yes, it's black box. You don't have to create the strategy, all those things like that. Why can't I just press play? Well, here's why you can't just press play. If we come into the edit long instructions, and this will apply for long, short, long reentry, short reentry, all right? First, moderate, conservative. Where do you want to go? Now, overall, moderate has been the overall winner, okay? Over the very long term. Human beings have what we call recency bias. You can't erase that. And so for those that have recency bias to the extreme, they're going to see, oh, Holly performed these 2 days better in conservative. Let me go conservative. And then you get beat up in conservative and you go, oh, well, it was better moderate. Let me go back to moderate. And then you get beat up moderate and you say, no, I got to go back to conservative. All right. So you get that off step in where you should be on that. There's number one. Number two, on your position sizing, all right? The stop loss that Holly comes out with, you may not agree with, all right? And I think you'll find that most successful traders, I will say 75% or better, I'm comfortable with that number, risk the same amount of money every single trade, all right? But they're risking it based on stop losses they created for their reasons, not just put out in front of them and they just blindly follow those stop losses. And someone might say, well, if I don't want to follow her stop loss in that regard of risking, I could always buy fixed shares or dollars. Well, that's fine, but if you're going to buy fixed shares and then all of a sudden she has something she's trading $1 of and you're buying 1,000 shares at $1, great. Then what happens when she trades something that's $150 stock? You're buying $150,000 worth of that stock. So there becomes these one size doesn't fit all for a lot of these things, and there's no way to know ahead of time any of these variables that Holly's going to come with on any of her alerts. She could have a day where every stock she alerts is in between $5 and $30. She could also have a day where she has 10 alerts and 6 of them are all over $90. And you're going to take 1,000 shares of a $90 stock and 6 of them and possibly have all those open at once. It's not realistic, and especially to someone who's been trading a long time, they're going to look at that and say, I just don't, not going to fly for me, all right? And the same goes, we can go with the fixed amount of dollars here, all right? But, do you want to take $1,000, worth of a $90 stock? That's not very many shares to make a good move on, where $1,000 worth of a $3 stock, is a completely different animal. So, for these reasons, it doesn't become a one size fits all with Holly, where if you create your own alert window and back test it and, do some optimizations. I have other thoughts about optimization where people get way over optimized on their strategies. That's another topic. But my point being is that, most people that create a strategy to automate, they're going to have a price range based on what works best for what they're what they're comfortable with, and B, what works best for them. You don't get to decide that price range with Holly. Then last is, okay, we determined something that maybe we found some kind of happy medium here that overall looks like it'll work, all right? But now, are we a limit or a market order? If we decide to go market to make sure we're getting a fill every single time, what happens when Holly alerts a $5 stock that has a 15-cent spread? Do you really want to get filled at the top of a 15-cent spread on a market order every time? You can't be profitable that way, and Holly doesn't account for spread when she's making these alerts. She could alert a price at, let's say, $5, but let's say that spreads in between $4.95 and $5.10 and you get filled at $5.08. That's not a great place to be getting filled on that alert, all right? And then you could say, well, we'll go with a limit. All right, well, what becomes the limit offset? You have a -3, all of a sudden maybe you're not getting filled on some of the better orders. You have a -15, again, now you're getting filled too high on some of the orders. So in the end, do I think that you can automate Holly and possibly be profitable in the long term? Yes. The conditions I think that would exist for that is, one, having traded for several years and truly understanding not just market mechanics, but the waves in markets, and understanding when we're trending, when you can go a little more risk on versus when things are sloppy and you should be going risk off. Having the discipline to say, you know what, I'm not going to set the automation today because today I don't think is a good day to set it. We've been in a downtrend, and all of a sudden, today we're gapping up, and Holly's coming with mostly short strategies. So I'm gonna call it on this today, and I'm just gonna let Holly develop on her own and maybe try to trade it manually with her. So I think for those seasoned traders that know there are days that are probably better to turn it on versus not turning it on, and that have traded and understand market mechanics, I think those are the people that can automate Holly, and in the long term add some money to their portfolio, add some money to their bank account, whatever you want to call it. I think if you're someone who's traded for a very short period of time, you don't have a full understanding of market mechanics, you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball with that. And so hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully there were some people here that were interested to hear that. I know Barry was talking to a few different people about automation, and that's my reason. That's my personal reason why I don't automate Holly. I do some personal automated trading. I don't do it all the time. I do it only in what I feel are strong trending up markets. It's the only time that I do it, because that's what I'm comfortable with. That's what I believe in. I don't believe in handing the keys completely over to anyone or anything. I want some control over my money. So again, if there's any questions on what I just went over, please fire those away. If something I said doesn't make sense or didn't resonate properly, happy to go back over any of that. But the short and skinny of it is, at the core of it, human and machine. Human and machine. I've also found, I've had a lot of people come to me that have automated Holly and have said, the entries have been good, but she gives back, she gives back so much on this. And, when I run it in conservative, it ends up being flat trades or losing trades. And then when I run it in moderate, sometimes she gives it all the way back and then it goes negative. I think there's a number of people out there who automate Holly, and then they edit the orders, the bracket orders afterwards. So what happens is, just to show here what the market mechanics work behind this is, if you, for example, you get a fill here on this Holly order, the stop order will go out immediately as a bracket order, and then there's usually a timed exit associated with it and sometimes a target, and those will all go out at the same time that the order to get filled went out. And obviously, if you get filled, these orders become live orders, whatever they happen to be, in regular bracket orders. And so what I've found some people to do, and this is the way I would suggest, is you have to run it in moderate to do this. You can't do this in conservative. But I'll find some people will say, I didn't like the stop that Holly put out, so I went and I adjust that stop right away. I want to move it up or I want to move it down according to what I think is a better stop range. And then they might cancel the target order or the time stop and manage the order themselves from there. And this way they can say, for example, let's take a look at these Holly orders. So we got this profit save here, all right? And so someone might have said, oh, this is a nice entry, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4 really nice 15-minute bars moving up off that entry. And let's just say, for example, you did get a fill somewhere in here on the Holly Alert automation, all right? And all of a sudden, you see that many 15-minute bars up in a row, and then you get this topping tail. That's a trend reversal sign to me, as someone who likes to follow trends. And now all of a sudden you get that to happen to you. Here I might want to say I want to take half that, all right? So that means you need to cancel whatever the other closing orders happen to be, all right? Now the profit save isn't an order you can cancel. That's there's a system order that's involved in that. So you'd have to not be in conservative mode. You have to be in moderate mode so that profit save doesn't exist. And being in moderate, then you just have to kill the time stop on this essentially, which will be in the orders tab here in Brokerage Plus, or you can find it in your Trader Workstation orders tab as well. And you can cancel that and manage the trade from there. And then you've gotten Holly's entry, and you're managing the risk afterwards. I'll be honest, looking at that stop here from an entry here, I would never take a stop like that. If it was me day trading, and that's where I was looking to try to get in somewhere in here, I'd probably use the base of these candles as a day trader personally. That's where I would personally put it. I would not agree with this stop way down here whatsoever. I mean, to give up over $1 on that in a day trade, no, I don't think so. Not with that gap. Again, that's me. I suspect that stop was somewhere in line with this level back here from a week or two ago. Probably using an ATR or something like that for the stop. I'd have to imagine Holly's using some percent of ATR or something like that. So, again, why I think, human machine. And, pound the table a little more home with Barry, talking about, I want to see what the market is doing. I don't want to just jump right in. What sector is the alert in? What's the market doing overall? So those are, that's everything I got for that. Let's see, symbol linking is bugged for me. I have to file a bug report. Kind of odd that keeps happening to me. So I know I jumped right in and went off on a tangent on all that, and I seem to have scared a number of you away. But for those of you that are left, if you got any questions, please fire those away for me. Open forum here on all of this. I don't have any pre-done content. I just kind of hit the ground running with that, jumping on the back of what Barry was saying there about automation. So on the opposite side of Barry, I do believe in automation, but again, I think you need to be a seasoned trader. I think that the strategy should be built around your trading style and strategies, and I do not believe it's just press play, walk away every single day, then you run out to the bank, play a round of golf, pick the kids up from school, come back and count your money. That's just my 2 cents. Do I believe, also, I will say this, do I believe there are Trade Ideas users that have gotten to that point where they feel comfortable doing it? There are probably some. I'd say, out of the thousands and thousands of users we have, it'd be less than 100, and I guarantee not one of them has traded for, I'll say, less than 5 years. And not one of them has been a Trade Ideas user for less than 5 years either. So, again, just my 2 cents. I also, when it comes to automation, I have this big kind of thought of a symbol list automation, meaning trying to find stocks that are trending well, maybe close strong today, and may look like they have some momentum to go into the next day, and creating a very simple alert window that involves just those stocks. Maybe taking out some kind of high from the prior day or something like that, and just looking for, a little bit of alpha afterwards with a quick exit and some kind of, manageable risk parameters afterwards. But that starts to go into, some of the advanced stuff that Trade Ideas does. When you come to setting stops and things like that, I think a great way to use stops is using the ATR filter. But again, this goes back to some more advanced stuff. So if you don't understand what these market mechanics are, what ATR means, how it works, and if you don't understand how bracket orders and things like that work with your broker, when I say your broker, it's got to be IB specifically. You could use E-Trade, I guess, too. I just think more IB in this terms. Those are things you need to understand first before going out and putting money to work. And, look, we have the simulator. All this stuff can be tested there. If you have an IB account, they have a paper trader inside IB, so you could start with our sim. You can move over to IB's paper trader. I think IB paper trader is great because it'll simulate spread a little bit better than our simulator can simulate spread. So those are important things to understand and to consider. So, Pepe, glad you find that useful. Don, same thing, excellent. And again, questions, please fire those away for me. I'm no expert in anything, but I can impart knowledge from experience that I have. Peter's got a chart we're looking at. NLSN gets sold. That was rumored yesterday. It would be published ahead of time. Where'd you get that news? NLSN. I mean, they came out with the news in the middle of the day yesterday, Peter. There's no way to have gotten that news earlier than unless you were an insider. So that news literally hit the wire here, and that happened. In my IB news, I can tell you because I happen to look it up. That news came out yesterday at 2:05. So that's the earliest that I see that news in IB. Oh, I'm lying. No, hold on. Sorry, looking at the wrong news tab. So 3:18 is when IB had that news come out. 118. So this candle is a 115 candle. So in this candle here, that happened in that candle. It happened that fast. Here's the news headline. I don't, outside of paying $20,000 for a Bloomberg terminal or 30,000 or 40, whatever it costs. Here it hits the wire at 118. All right. This news about them, in advanced talks to buy with Elliott. And, we could break this down into, well, let's just use a 5-minute chart and see what it looked like on a 5-minute chart. So there you go, We can even go further. We could break it down. Let's go back to a 2-minute chart. Got to scroll back a little bit, but just to give you an idea of how fast the news happens. So in a 2-minute chart, look at that, 118. That's when the big spike happens. So there's no way, no way of catching that ahead of time. And that halted at 118. So literally the spike started and they halted because of the news, and then it opened up here at 124 when they decided to settle on that news, and then that move happens afterwards. So really, news is one of those tough things. I don't. That's why I don't mess with the news. But Peter, you should have a news tab in your broker, whoever your broker happens to be, and you can leave that news tab open. The problem is, you can't see all the news that's coming in at once, and there's so much news flying in at one time. No way to catch all that news at once. Yeah, exactly, Pepe. That tab will help show you a little bit that slippage. Sorry, just reading a support chat that's going on. So, all right. Any questions? Fire those away. My simulated random buying stocks portfolio. We're beat up. We were up $1,000 the other day in simulated random stock buying. Now we're only up 474. What's going on here? I guess I needed a strategy, right? Task. What are you? Interesting. So I discussed earlier, I made this window here for racing, trying to find stocks that were strong at the open, then continue to move up. And I want to do some modifying on it. So this is what I want to do. We're going to mess with that now. Where are you? Let's go to this window. Alright, so what I've done in this window here is looking at stocks between 4 and 30 bucks. They got to be up 2% from the previous day's close, relative volume 3, 150,000 shares traded today, but they also had to gap up as well. So they can't just be up from yesterday's close. They had to have gapped up and then moved up. But what I was finding with quite a few of these alerts, or quite a few of these races, is I was finding items or stocks that had moved up quite a bit, and then were fading, but they'd still, the gap holds because a gap's a gap, that's the end of it, but they were still 2% above today's open. So now I got to find a way to not only the 2% above today's open, but they can't be pulling back much. And so let's see, position in today. Position and range today. That's the filter I want. There you go, Chris. Good idea. Let's say no more than be at least 70% above the low of today. Let's throw that in there for fun. And look how that tightened up that list. Now let's go through these stocks and look at them. All right. That might be interesting. Not going to trade it obviously going into the close, but what I'm trying to avoid is stuff that's really pulled down. So Carrie, I wouldn't say there's any top 3 or 5. It's like going into a pizzeria and saying I'll have your best slice of pizza, and then they hand you pepperoni and you say, oh, I'm a vegetarian. I would say it would come down to what you were looking for out of a scan, what your trading style is. I mean, I can tell you popular scans, but like there's everybody, high a day momentum type scans. I don't like those kinds of scans personally. I like to let setups happen, come back into me. So, on our channel bars, I could tell you that, the momentum channel, that's a really popular channel. In my experience, kind of flies all over the place as well. So, I started off as a day trader who is at his best very mediocre when I got my absolute best at day trading. And then I moved over to swing trading. Of course, it was a much nicer market for swing trading for so long. And I had a lot of success over in swing trading. Market started getting choppy, part way through last year. And I really tightened things up, and I didn't have quite the success swing trading as I did, I'll say, from August on through the end of last year. And then these stock races started. I've started day trading again, and I've found myself actually my most success ever over the last 2 months of day trading. I've kind of sat on my hands the last couple of days with the Fed coming up and some of the low volume stuff that's going on recently. Nothing that these races were jumping out at me, but I'm happy to share these races and go over with you. And you can save them and make them yours and see what you think. So we'll start with this one because it doesn't have any customs and it makes it easy to share. So first, actually I got to share that out of my cloud. Let me find that. I'll drop the link in here. Where? Oh. Okay, so share. So this is the top list for that race that I'm going to go over right now. So you can take that, and what I'm doing here is it's a twofold system for day trading with this list here. So the top list finds me the stocks, then the race shows me how they're moving actually. So what I've done is I told this top list, I want you to find me stocks that are up from the previous day's close, relative volume of 3. They traded at least 125,000 shares today. Price between $4 and $50. They cannot be more than minus 0.15 below the VWAP. And their 5-minute volume has to be 300%, meaning that over the last 10 days, 5-minute volume is an average of 5 minutes over 10 days taken, and 300 means it's doing 3 times its normal 5-minute volume over the last 10-day average. So that's what this list does. It finds these stocks like this. Then the race that I got running here, I say, hey race, I want you to take those stocks that you found me, and I want you to take the top 10 on that list by change from close, percent sorted up, all right? And I want you to run 3-minute races, and I want you to show me what's moving the most over 2 minutes. So I have a delta value here, meaning everything starts even in the race, regardless of what's happened in the top list. And then I want you to show me how, starting from even over these 2 minutes, things are actually moving. And so that's how I use that. This race does something similar, but there's some custom formulas in here that makes it a little tougher. I can't just share it outright. This one I can share outright though, and I haven't saved it yet. So we're going to save and share to cloud right now, and I'm going to go over what I've done here. I'm going to pop that out to a duplicate. And as I'm going over this, Carrie, if you have questions, fire away those questions for me, all right? And I'm just going to share things out with you, a few different things. And you may like what I'm sharing, you may not like what I'm sharing, so you can save it or not save it. And if you have something specific in a scan that you want to see, let me know. I may either have something, or I can help build you a template of something right here on screen as well. So save and share to cloud, copy, paste. So all right, I've saved that out with you. I shared that out with you. And so what I've done with this one here, if we come to the configure, I'm telling this top list, find me stocks where they're up at least 2% from the close. Relative volume is 3, 150,000 shares traded today between $4 and $30. We gapped up at least 0.75%, and we can't be any more than 30% off the top of today's range, essentially. So that's where that is, because I don't want to see stuff that's pulled back too far, all right? I want to see stuff that, I don't mind if it's pulled back some, but I don't want to see it pulled back too far, because I want to be able to see if it's going to take a shot like this back up, all right? And so that's what I've done there. So this says, hey, find me these stocks that look like this, and then the race, I have the race saying, I want you to take those top 10 stocks on the list. We're running them 3 minutes races and a delta value with a 1-minute RSI. I'm probably actually going to change this and race on something different. I just was experimenting with this today. But essentially, at whatever has the biggest RSI value or the most RSI value moving over the last minute, that's what I want you to show me, as the winners of these races. And so that's how I've done that, and that's how I'm using these races as day trading vehicles. Now, a lot of people like momentum and high day momentum scanners and things like that. So here's this. I'll share this out with you. It's a multi-window, meaning it has a whole bunch of alert windows inside of it, and I'll go over it all right in a moment. First, I want to put the link here. So it's called High Day Momo Scanner. I've never in my entire life used it, but it comes from a popular personality who once upon a time used our software. I'm not sure if they still do or don't. With that said, it was a very sought after scan. So I happened to land upon it, and in here you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different scans, and each scan inside of it is color coded, and they're all doing something different in here. So high volume, low float, we can come in here and we can look at this. And so this works twofold. One, the stock has to be making a new high on the day to get alerted. And then not only does it have to be making a new high on the day, but it has to meet all these other filter parameters. So relative volume of 2, traded 200,000 shares today between $1 and $10. Float can't be any more than 10 mil in the float. The 5-minute volume is between doing 4 times its normal 5-minute volume, but no more than 20 times its normal 5-minute volume, and it has to have at least a 30-cent range over the last 15 minutes. All right, and we can go through each one of these. I won't, but that's what each strategy in here is doing something different and going to alert stocks based on what's going on in here. I can tell you right now the catalyst for every one of these is going to be a new high on the day. All right, so new high on the day, and a new high on the day, and so on and so forth. All right. And so my caveat is this: a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I want to see stuff that's breaking new highs on the day. That's momentum. I want to do that. That's what I want to find. I want to find stuff breaking and making a new high on the day, right? Not everybody feels that way, including myself. Oftentimes, I found when I was day trading, I would buy the new high of the day, all right? And I cannot tell you how many times I buy a new high on the day thinking, yes, it's breaking out, I've been watching, I've got my plan going, and it was the last new high on the day, and then the stock went that way. And that was the early story of my day trading career. And that story lasted for way too long, and I decided new highs is just not going to fly for me. And so I moved away from new high scanners in that sense, or I moved towards, if it was a scanner that I was using that had a new high, I'd set a price alert for a pullback, create a price alert down here, and long and pullback, and see if I can catch the stock pulling back to a level that I thought would give me a nicer entry. I just put that price alert randomly here, but just to illustrate that you can set a price alert. And I'd use my price alerts like that coupled with the new high. The other thing that I'm not crazy about with a lot of new high scanners is, do you see how many alerts just came flying through here fast? There is no possible way I could look at all these reasonably, go through the charts. Is that something I like? Set a price alert. Go to this one. Wait, what's this one look like? What does that one look like? Just, it's too much for me. Some people, they might be able to do that. God bless them. I'm not one of them. But with the races, what I can do is I can say, all right, I've got 30 names here, all right, right now. Usually I'm only running 20. This is a new one that I'm messing with today. This race here has done terrible since last Thursday. Now, now is that going to be the trend of this race? I don't know. I had 2 months where this race and this race were really lined up together, and when I saw something that was like doing well on both these races, I really had a lot of success for a little over 2 months with it. Is the trend changed? Was it just a lucky 2 months? I don't know. You know what I mean? Since last Thursday, like I said, so Thursday, Friday, and today, I really haven't been crazy anything coming out of this race. This race has still been okay, actually. And this race, I didn't get to pay attention enough to it today. But with this, it's a less names. It's more manageable for me to look at. It's better for my brain to look at. And I see the questions and comments coming in, so I'm going to circle to those in just a second. It's just better for me personally. And that's why it becomes, a personal thing on what scan is the best. I just happen to be having more day trading success over the last 2 months with this than I probably had over my most successful any successful 6 months of day trading. So that's just me, and that's how that is. How that worked for me. Other people have looked at the race and they're like, I don't get it, I don't like them, or it doesn't make sense, or I can't understand how to use them. That was actually me at the beginning of when we came out with racing in the fall. I was like, racing? What the? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. How can I use this to make money? And I kind of just blew racing off for a while. And then I opened up my mind after the New Year's that I really wasn't finding the swing trading setups that I was looking for. I was really struggling to find setups. I was, making 1 or 2 trades at most per week, and I was not really, it wasn't doing what I had been doing in swing trading. And I said, all right, well, swing trading's not working anyways right now. I can't find setups that I like. I can't find charts that I like. So that's, Michael, that's exactly what I thought, a gimmick at first. And so I just happened to build a couple of races, and next thing I know, I'm like, whoa. I'm seeing some stuff that I actually kind of like, and I'm finding a strategy with setting these price alerts. So I start my day with basically blank price alerts, and next thing I know, here I am. All right, awesome, Karen. I'm glad you're finding that useful. And like I said, I always hesitate in some of what I'm saying because I don't want someone to think, oh, well, find your own scans. We've got scans. We've got lots of scans. What are you looking for? And if we don't have it built, we'll get you a template built, assuming that, we have have the filters and data sets to build it out, of course. And we'll get you something built, and you can refine it. You may not, something you might not like in it. But, we've, hundreds of scans, maybe thousands of scans between all the channel bars and everything that everybody has in their cloud. So, and you can always, anybody that's, curious, do you have a scan that can do XYZ? Now, if you ever make a scan request, please try not to make it 400 items. What we're going to ask you to try not to do, and you can do it, of course, and we'll just tell you, no, you can't do it. But, when someone's like, yeah, can you find me a scan that it bottoms like this, and then it makes a move like this, but then it does that, and then it has a slight move like this, then it does this, and then does a triple backflip and goes up to the top over that, like that. And can you do that over, 27.273 trading days? The answer is no. But if you come with something reasonable, we're probably finding you something. Now, back to everything that I've seen coming in. Mark, apologize if this has been asked for, but I was wondering how to find stocks with 10x relative volume in the pre-market. Is that possible? Yes and no, Mark. So relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market, but what does work in the pre-market is this. Let me bring this over here, and they're almost the same thing, and I'm going to explain the difference between the two of them and the similarities between the two of them. So let's take a top list, all right, because most people seem to like to scan on top lists in the pre-market. And if we come here and we go to volume today, and we have this volume today percent here. Now, both relative volume and volume today percent, they're 10-day averages. But what relative volume is going to do is this. Let me add this filter. Let me sort. No, columns. Bring you over here. I just want to make this just a random scan, so I'm not looking at a million stocks here. 5 to 100 and relative volume 10 and volume percent. We're going to leave that just like that. All right, so this is going to be a twofold thing here, and I need a single stock window to illustrate this better. Hello, single stock window, why are you not showing me data? That was odd. All right. So it's a twofold thing here for you, Mark, and this is for anybody else. I think a lot of people get hung up on this. What relative volume is going to tell us is that to this point in the day, right this second, we have done 11.35 times the normal volume, all right? And let's just pretend that we saw this at noon Eastern, all right? That means if we were to continue at the exact pace of volume that we've done for the day, this is what we can expect to see. But as the day goes on, if volume slows, we'll see this number go down. And as the day goes on, if the volume increases, we'll see this number go up. And that's what relative volume means, okay? And in here, we will see relative volume move up or down the list of stocks in this top list based on that. So for right now, this is where we're at for relative volume in these stocks currently, all right? The volume percent today cannot be changed other than up, meaning that while they're both 10-day averages, we have done 13,000 times more volume than we would have over the last 10 days in the stock. We cannot undo that volume. Now, if that stock were to stop trading this very second, this number would stay right there, and that would be the end of it. It wouldn't go up anymore, but it can't go down. You can't undo the volume we've done, where this is a ratio saying this is where we are headed according to historical volume over the last 10 days, all right? But this number can continue to go up. So that's where they differ. This one here works in the pre-market. So let's just say that you have something, now this is done in percent, this is done in ratio, the relative volume versus the volume today percent. So let's say that you have a stock that at 7:45 Eastern time has done 100% of its volume over 10 days, its normal 10-day volume, meaning it has already in the pre-market traded what it normally trades over the last 10 days for a full day in the pre-market. That's something I want to keep an eye on for the rest of the day moving forward, obviously. Now, that's an extreme. How many stocks in general in the pre-market early in the pre-market have already traded their normal volume over a course of 10-day average? Probably not many, if any. But what if you had something that has traded 10% of what it's normally doing over the course of 10 days? That's something you might want to take a look at and say, all right, this thing is already at, this time traded 10% of what it's normally trading over 10 days. And that's where you can sub the volume percent today in for the pre-market relative volume, essentially. Hopefully that all made sense. If I'm not clear about something, let me know. I can go back over that. Sorry, just grabbing a sip of tea here. All right, perfect, Mark. Also, the other filters that will work for volume as well in the pre-market, the 5-minute volume. Top list by default don't have a 1-minute volume filter in them because of the 30-second refresh. You can add it as a custom. What am I doing? Oh, configure. But you can, let me pull up volume again. You can use, the 5-minute, 10-minute, 15, and 30-minute volumes here. You might, someone might want to know if a stock is optionable. Even in the pre-market, you could throw an options filter in there and just put like a minimum value in it just so you know that the stock is optional. That's something you can do. I wouldn't recommend, well, it's not that I wouldn't recommend, I steer away from these average daily volume filters here in general, because what if, especially with day trading, what if today is the day the stock is having its day, and normally it trades, 100,000 shares a day, and today is its day? Well, you wouldn't be able to catch that if you had any of these volume filters in here and you put like, let's say, 500,000 average or something like that on one of those there. So I think these ones you want more for kind of swing trading. Or they're more usable in swing trading. It's not like there's some holy grail of swing trading, but I think they're more appropriate for trying to swing trade and making sure that you're looking at liquid stocks. You don't want to buy something today trying to hold it for 2 days. If today it traded 3 million shares, but its average trading is 50,000 shares a day. That those are things to consider when you're looking at the filters like that. So again, hopefully that all makes sense. So again, if anybody's got questions, fire those away. Let me get rid of these items here. And so, just I want to hit that point again. This relative volume can go up or down based on, what the relative volume is, or what the volume's doing currently. And an alert window, it works like this. When this alert came through, that's what the relative volume was at that time. All right. If volume were to go down throughout the day, that relative volume could drop. So let's take a look here. Volume, relative volume. So we can see here, all right, when this alerted at 1:45 in the afternoon, all right, it was there for relative volume. And we can see that has come down since that alert, where the volume percent today, it can't change. You can't undo the volume that's done. This is an on pace to do versus the volume percent changes we have done. Off topic and life of an aspiring trader question. You've mentioned your background grinding led you up to getting on trade ideas. Any tips for someone looking to find a job that fits the trader life as well? First, sorry to hear that, Perfect Circle. I'd send resumes out to places, see what you can or can't find. I'm trying to think, mean, I can say right now, I know we're not currently hiring, but you can always once in a while throw an email to us at info at. Um, but I would suggest looking at anywhere that you might have something to bring to the table as far as finance goes. That's where I'd throw you at. You could look at you could look at prop firms even and see if there's a prop firm that might be able to take you on. That's something I would suggest to you. Looking at someone like uh, what is it? State Street Center Point is one. I don't really know a ton of prop firms. I'm just going off the top of my head from people that have we've worked with here with Trade Ideas. Coyote's another one, I think. You might try to check out some of those and say, is there some kind of position for me there, something that can be done there. Essentially, some of these different firms, what they do is they will fund you, and then they take a percentage of your winnings, and they limit you to how much you can, trade in a day, and things like that. There's all kinds of limitations. Each one's going to have their own specific parameters. But that might be something you want to look into. And you could always go after one of our competitors and see if anybody there might want to hire you. Those are the things that I would point you towards there. Perfect Circle. Yeah, see, in my situation personally too was that I'm a career restaurant person. I worked my entire life since I was 13 years old, doing something in a restaurant, other than some odd construction jobs on the side. And so I had steady employment through the restaurant. Where was a big leap of faith for me was I had a fairly good restaurant job, and I wasn't managing anymore. I was a waiter and a fill-in bartender, but I got to pick my hours essentially, and it was very good money. And when I got offered a position here with Trade Ideas, it was hard for me to give up that job in the sense I was leaving everything I'd ever done. And while trading was starting to turn a decent corner for me a couple of years ago when I got hired here, I was gonna be able to maybe eke out paying my bills, but there was no safety net under me if Trade Ideas, didn't work out. Like, where was my safety net on giving up this job? That was what was really tough for me. Following the relative volume question, how do you find stocks to trade pre-market? Any tips or suggestions for new traders? Yeah, we could mess around here. Let's build something out. And then I'll share it, and you can always mess around with it afterwards. So, we'll start here. I'm just going to put, a price limit in here. If you don't like it, we can change it. If you have something you want to edit, Mark, let me know. But I'm going to put a $1 to $5 price range in here. If there's something that I'm doing and you want to change something around as far as what I'm putting for filter numbers in here, let me know, because I'm going to share this out in a moment. All right. The sort, we want change from close sort, because this is just going to tell us stocks that are up the most from the previous day. I like to do that. I don't like using the gap filter in pre-market. It gets people confused because our gap filter works like a change from close in pre-market. But of course, a gap, once the market opens, it works that, there's the close of the previous day, here's the open today. That's what an actual gap is. What it does afterwards, after that close to open change, is change from close. So I don't like to use the gap filter in the pre-market scanning. I want to use change from close. And I'm just using it to sort, to tell me, put the stocks that meet my filters and that have the highest change from close at the top of my list, essentially. Let's go with, we want a minimum number of shares traded today because, while it's pre-market, we still want to look at stuff that's kind of, got some liquidity in the pre-market. So I'm going to throw 15,000 minimum on there. Volume percent today. So there's volume today percent. I'm going to add that filter, and let's go with the real basic number right now. We're going to run the history on this. We're going to do some history time blocks to see what this would have looked like during the day. And maybe that's going to be it. Because you don't want to filter too much in the pre-market. You want all the ideas returned to you in the pre-market, and then you start to thumbnail some ideas, whether it's with thumbnail charts or price alerts. But you want the ideas returned to you because there's not going to be obviously a lot of stocks moving in the pre-market that we care about anyways. I'm just going to cruise these really fast here. I don't think there's anything else that I want here. Let's just go with that for right now. Let's take a look. We're going to give it a name. Pre-market movers. Because remember, the more filters we add, the less stocks we get. Now, during the day and when things are liquid and they're really moving, yes. But, that's a different story. So I just had to message someone back. All right, so now let's look at the history. Let's go to time frame and let's go to historical date and we're today. And let's go with let's look at 5 a.m. first. Let's see what's happened at 5 a.m. All right, so this is what we got at 5 a.m. today. All right, that's not a bad list of stocks for 5 in the morning. I mean, the market's been open for an hour, or the pre-market's been open for an hour. All right. So that's what we're looking like, and let's do this the right way. Let's look at pre-market charts. All right. So look, we can see this thing made a big move in the pre-market here at 4 a.m. Made this huge move up and come back down. All right. And we can see how many shares it had traded by 5 a.m. It traded 56,000 shares. All right. And GFAI, excuse me. All right. Same thing here. We traded over 2 million shares, and we saw this move here in the pre-market, all right? But it doesn't, Let's, one other thing I want to do, configure column. I want to put that volume percent today in here, because I want to reference the filters we're using while we're doing this. All right, so look, we can see that to this point, it had done 40% of what it normally does over a 10-day average. 9%, 3%, 7%, 3%, or 3.1, 3.3, because we have a minimum of 3 for this filter to meet these here, all right? So here we go. Moving in the pre-market would have been, well, I don't know if I would have shorted it at a price like that, but, anyways, this is returning us some ideas here. And we could loosen filters up and we can mess around. Yeah, Peter, I'll definitely send the scan. I just want to make sure that it's going to return some ideas here before we send it right out. But let's, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, all right? Still pretty early. Let's take a look at 6 o'clock in the morning now. All right, so we've added a few more items on here. Nothing too crazy, all right? Now let's look at 7 o'clock in the morning. All right, now we're starting to cook with a few more ideas that are on here. And like I said, this is very simple because there's not going to be a lot of volume in the pre-market, for most things. And you don't want to see something that's up 20% from yesterday that traded 300 shares. Nobody's trading it. It could be a bad print for all we know, but a bad print exists, so we have to account for it, but we don't have to look at it if we don't want to. And that's where some of these filters start to come in. So again, let's go through these and look. All right, so odds are we probably could have caught this. We jumped from 6 to 7. Let's see when we could have caught this. All right, let's narrow this down. All right. So for someone that wanted to trade pre-market, now look, this was a pump and dump. There's no question about that. All right. Oh, this is that AMC stock, isn't it? Hilarious. All right, yeah, total pump and dump, done by a freaking corporation. Unbelievable what these people can get away with. But anyways, the market we live in. Let's go back to time frame. Here, sorry, wrong time frame. Use historical date. Let's just look at 6:15 now. All right. Nope, not there yet. Look at 6. Nope. 6:20. Let's look at. Still ain't there. 625. Still not there. We're going to find it eventually. 630. They were bag holders from Friday. Yeah, the pre-market channel is good. My only beef with the pre-market channel is that they use the gap filter, like I was going over before, instead of change from close filter, which I find a lot of people get very confused. I know I used to. Nope, not configure. What I'm trying to do here, though, is isolate when that would have come through, just to, just to look, to have the data. I don't even remember the name of that stock. Wow, I thought we were going to catch this much earlier. There it is. So, what time is that? 15, but it had only done... Okay, so that's where it's getting us. All right, so look at the volume that it had prior. All right, so it was going to take a lot of volume to get this number up over, and that's where the issue came in. But if we move to this candle here, this 630 to 645 candle, that's where we're at right now. All right, and that's when you start to see this thing really take off. All right, so, and we could do this too. We can configure. I put a 3 minimum here for this. We put a 2 minimum. Let's go 2.5 and see how that would have affected trying to catch that, and see a bunch more names come in there. Still couldn't get it earlier. So there we go. We got it on this here, this 5-minute span here. So we're catching it in this here. We're catching it earlier in this candle now, and makes us move. So I don't know that there's a ton of stuff that was really moving in the pre-market anyways. And then let's go further into the time frame. So we were looking before. Let's go up to 7. Let's go to 7:15 now, because where we stopped was 7. So again, here we go. More stuff coming through. And these were stocks that had some volume in them, and all looking like they faded off the open today. And some of these are ETFs. And nothing really jumping out at us from the pre-market here. All faded off the open, basically. So I want to duplicate this, all right, because I'm going to share multiple things here. So there's the one that I duplicated. All right, now I just want to show you this here. We can remove this filter here completely, right? And now we're just going to look at stocks that have traded at least 15,000 shares today, priced between $1 and $500, all right? And they're going to sort with the biggest change from close up top. And just to give us an idea here, now look how many more stocks are coming through here, all right? But let's look at the volume on some of these numbers here at that time, all right? So now we can go by what the volume is and what the volume percent was and where they were related into all this, all right? But the top changes from close here, all right? So, these are the different things that we can do, and how much data do we want to let through, what makes it interesting to us, what do we want to watch. We do it by change from close like this. These are things that we could see here, all right? And so, we can see some of these stocks that had some big changes from close that are not on this list. They also weren't doing very much volume, all right? ABQ, not a whole lot going on that stock, all right? Not a whole lot going on this stock, all right? Delta Airlines, all right? On a relative basis, sure, it's up 3.8%, but, traded 46,000 shares and it was doing 0.2 of what it's done over the last 10 days, all right? Airlines overall were looking good in general. So, we sacrifice, all right? By trying to get some names with more volume here, all right? We might miss a couple. By taking away some of the volume filters, we'll get more alerts, but we'll also get more stocks to look at, but we'll get more stocks to look at that have not so quality alerts too. All right, and so that's going to be the different types of things. Oh no, I don't doubt it at all, David. I'm sure that stuff was 100% planned. Like I said, it's amazing to me what some people are allowed to do. So holy mackerel, it's 4:30. Give me a moment, I gotta log out of some stuff here. And I'm going to reconfigure this. I'm going to share both of these, and then please make sure you save them. Pre-market movers with volume today %. All right, and I'm actually going to even do this. We're going to put that at 2. All right, and I'm going to share both these out. And, essentially they're doing the same thing, just one's trying to be a little more picky about what we're seeing coming in, all right, and one's being a little less picky. And it's not that, it's not a one is better than the other. They're just different, that's all. So there they both are, and they're labeled differently. Copy. They're both labeled differently so that you can know. So there's that, there's 1. There's 2. There we go. And then the last part of this, just to make sure we understand here, things sort in a few different ways. So you have this display sort here. So by having it double clicked on this change from close %, it's putting the stocks with the highest change from close towards the top, all right? Then, and this goes for both of these scans, this is going to apply to both these scans. We can change that by double clicking, all right? If we want shares today, we could do that, all right? But now you see how the colors are skewed because the color sort is different. So if I right click, I come to properties and I go to select colors. I can change that. I can go with volume. Where is it? Volume, shares traded. All right, now you see how it's nice and even because I selected that instead. And so now it's done like that. But the server at this point is still going to pull in the stocks first that have the highest change from close, even though we're not going to display it that way. So whatever has the highest change from close. So let's just pretend for a second that 1,000 stocks meet the criteria of this scan. This is only going to look at, in the set record count, we're going to look at the top 100 stocks. So first thing it'll do is it'll say, all right, here's all the stocks that meet the criteria of this. Now take the 100 stocks with the largest change from close and stick them on this list. Then take those 100 stocks and order them from the most shares traded today to the lowest shares traded today. All right. And so you know how you want to look at it. You might care about the volume, you might care about the change from close, you might care about the volume % today. And you'll notice that the relative volume field here is blank because we're in the pre-market, all right? So, and you can increase this record count all the way up to 1,000. I just say this to people. You could do that. That's fine. Realistically, do you think you're going to be able to look at 1,000 stocks and make a good judgment on 1,000 stocks throughout in the pre-market? Maybe you are. I'm not, number one. Number two, by having a lot of top lists that have a lot of columns and have high record counts, you will start to slow your system down. What that exact number is, I don't know. There's some variables involved, your machine, other things that you're running on your machine, the stuff you're running in Trade Ideas, your location to the servers, things like that. They all play a little bit of a role. But, I always try to tell people, be realistic. Now, look, if you're someone who's just taking the sheer data, you're putting it into spreadsheets and you're doing things like that, then yeah, throw the record count up to 1,000 if you want that many things. If you're taking the data, because there are people that do this. They take all this data and then they highlight this whole thing here and then they save the contents as a CSV file, and they're doing stuff in Excel spreadsheets and things like that. And of course, you're going to want the most amount of data you can get if that's what you're doing. But keep things realistic to what you were trying to do is what I'm trying to express there. So hopefully that all helps for anybody that likes to do some pre-market work and all that. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those, and we're going to wind down for the day here now. So as always, I thank everybody for popping in. Hopefully everybody got something out of this. Carry with them for the next days, months, weeks, years, whatever it happens to be. Barry will be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. He broadcasts from the two sides, so you've got this side and the traders room side. Obviously, traders room a little more active with some of the conversation that's going on there with active traders. You decide what works best for you. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so you're gonna get Steve at noon tomorrow for an hour Eastern, and then Barry comes back at 1, and I'll be back here at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow. For those that aren't aware, tomorrow's a Fed day. I'd be careful. Probably you're gonna find some good volume moving up for the first maybe hour and a half, and you're gonna watch that volume on literally everything fade tomorrow. All right, until the Fed comes out, and odds are, what always happens when the Fed comes out with their decision at 2, the market overall will make a new high and a new low on the day. Not necessarily in that order. They might make a new low, then a new high. That's generally the rule of thumb. And then you'll probably start to fade off that move. So if you kind of makes more towards a new low, and then afterwards you might fade back up this way again, or vice versa. If we make a high and we look like we're staying that way, and while we wait for Jay Powell to come and talk to us and tell us whatever nonsense they want to tell us, might fade the other way. I keep these things in mind. Tomorrow's not a day to be a hero. I'll say that. There's some weeks we get to trade more and less. This is a week where we trade less, I think, and I say using the royal we, of course. So that's, keep these things in mind. I think it's very important to keep these things in mind. All right. So again, I thank you all for popping in here. Selfless plugs, like the channel, subscribe to the channel. Tell your friends, your aunts, your uncles, your cousins, your brothers, your sisters, your mothers, your poker buddies. Tell them about us. We've got an agenda like everybody else, but our agenda only works if you folks are successful in trading. Doesn't help us if you subscribe, lose a bunch of money, and unsubscribe. So, our agenda is contingent upon your folks' success. All right. So that's why I'm here. That's why I do this every day. Again, I thank you. You all have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday wherever you are, and I will catch you back here tomorrow on Fed Day. Take care and bye-bye.